do with their sovereign country. Nobody tells you what to do with yours. You cannot tell anybody what to do. The same way nobody tells your country
I can tell
how to have a weapon or not.
It's up to them to listen.
Nobody listens to you anyway because we know what you guys are doing to the world. You guys anyway, you tell people that they are terrorists.
Vivi, I have one question for you. Do you think the USA should give up its nuclear weapon?
Hell no.
Why not?
You guys have a problem with understanding Western civilization.
Just answer the question, bro. Listen, just answer the question.
Don't get triggered, you fuck. So you guys have a problem understanding Western civilization as opposed to Islamists and radical Islam, where people don't give a fuck about dying. They actually look forward to dying, while Americans want to get their dick sucked.
You see this guy?
They want to be alive.
See,
it's a big difference.
See, Bibi, after Second World War. See, hold on, let me give you a history. You don't even know your history very well. After Second World War, America has killed 38 million human beings on this planet. 38 million human beings on this planet after Second World War. After Second World War. And you are here telling people what terrorism is. You
Why are you so insecure? Can I answer the question or not?
Can
I answer the question or are you insecure?
See, you're insecure. You think that you own the world, you decide what the world should do because you think so.
Why are you acting like you think I'm God? Like, what's wrong with you? Are you stupid or what?
No, you're stupid.
No. So, truth. So, the difference between America and these other countries that you're talking about, these other countries want to die. They believe that this is hell. Are you
fucking serious? You kill them.
Just 1 second.
You kill them. You telling them they want to die. You go and take their land.
Keep talking.
You go take their land and say they want to die.
Oh my God.
You are killing people. You said they want to die.
There's one problem with your point.
Shut the fuck up.
You don't want to die. You go and kill people and say they want to die and take their land.
Let me just say one thing to Bibi. Bibi, there's just two issues with what you just said. First of all, I never referred to any particular. I never referred to any particular company. I never referred to any one particular country having necessarily nuclear weapons. And the second problem you have is you can point to all these other potential people and say that they are the problem, but we can also look at the facts on the ground as to who has actually used nuclear weapons, and we all know that it's one particular country, right? So you are operating off the basis of... I don't know. You're operating the basis of hypotheticals. I'm sure you won't do anything else to prepare the facts and all this stuff.
I want you to say it. I don't want to work on hints. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you pussies? What country?
If you're ignorant to that fact, that's your problem, Bibi.
No,
but the point is,
you're the country. Just say it.
You cannot make that statement, Bibi. You cannot make that statement because you are operating on hypotheticals. You keep saying other people will use nuclear weapons, other people will use weapons of mass destruction. You haven't. You haven't.
Let BB answer. Let BB answer. How are you going to ask a fucking question?
Keep quiet, Stevie.
Pardon?
No. Stevie was having a heart attack.
No, don't have a heart attack. It's reasonable.
Stevie, alright.
Shut the fuck up.
BB doesn't need the backup dancer, Stevie. Keep quiet.
No, dude, how are you going to ask BB how are you going to ask a question, Joel, and then when BB starts to answer, you start talking over him? Dude, you want to talk about what the world compass, but on when someone has a complete different fucking opposite opinion. Send in that fucking Tomo fucking guy. Just fucking ask the question, let BB fucking answer, and then rebut. Jesus, dude.
Well, I think you should keep quiet so your daddy, BB, can answer the question.
Not golf fucking
daddy.
Oh my God! You
Fuck
see,
your daddy.
you know what, Stephanie? That's the problem. These guys are insecure. They're insecure, and they know what we're saying is right, and that's why they just keep talking. You're fucking so stupid, bro.
Dude, don't fuck his daddy in front of him so that he can see the bitch that his fucking father is.
Yeah, I'm sure you're a big bad wolf, Stephanie. Can you let David answer the question now, please? Thank you.
You didn't even ask me a question, you stupid fuck.
Well, Stephanie wanted you to answer a question, so don't let him down now.
No, I mean, I wasn't even finished. That was the problem. You interrupted me.
Alright, so
I was talking about
finish your voice.
Oh, okay. You know what? Honestly, I'm gonna lower myself. Sometimes this room's amazing. Sometimes this room's a complete disaster. Right now, it's
You have the floor. Please answer. Say whatever you want, Didi.
There's no point. There's nobody rational that's gonna be able to respond. I don't understand how Americans on this stage don't understand the difference between fucking radical Islam and fucking Western civilization, and the difference between people that want to live.
Let's talk about facts, Didi.
And there you go again. Same thing. The exact same thing. Again, interrupting. You can't help it. Put a cock in your mouth while I talk, and then whenever I'm done, you can pull it out. Like, honestly, stop interrupting.
Stop projecting.
You don't.
Oh my God.
You don't need to share your hobbies with us. Just answer the question.
Fuck your mother, your sister, and your fucking dirty Armenian fuck. Shut the fuck up. I'm sick of you fucking ghetto fucking ass. You dumb fuck. The genocide's over for the Armenians. Stop crying, you fucking weak bastard.
Okay, Bibi, do you have anything of substance to say?
I'm just gonna go sit in the I was saying. But you weak fucking cuckold fucks that got no lives can't let anybody respond. So all you do is interrupt. So there's no point.
BB, stay up here. BB, stay up here. Why? Because if you go down there, the fucking trolls and the fucking retards basically got the high ground. Don't fucking lower yourself for these fucking douchebags.
Yeah, you shouldn't lower yourself to these douchebags. You should elevate yourself, which is why you should make a point of substance. We've been waiting for it.
Oh, substance. Hey, dude, fuck off, dude. Okay, but BB, dude, to answer your question, BB, to answer your question, I we're six guy, you know, he does have some valid points, you know, about around the retaliation. But just listen. Just like I listen to you, BB, I listen to Viking, I listen. Unfortunately, we all got ear fucked by Tomo's opinions, but he does have an opinion that he wanted to bring up. So, like I said, my guy, don't go down there for these fucking douchebags that fucking have no manners, BB. So, just wait till Sid comes back, or maybe.
It's a very simple question, guys. Yeah, because you sound so rational and very well put together. So, Biggie is stepping. The question I believe that Tom and other people have been putting forward to you is, you don't think anyone else should have nuclear weapons? Fine.
Personally, no.
However,
I don't want Iran to have it. Why? Because.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. That's a perfectly reasonable. I haven't finished my question, so I'm not going to move on.
Hold on.
I haven't finished my question, Steffi. Steffi, let me finish my point, and then you can say whatever you want.
No.
At the same time, you said that you don't believe that the USA should give up its nuclear weapons.
No. How do you like that, my guy? See, that's the annoying part is when someone is trying to answer you and you just keep talking over them. So, come on.
You were just showing that you don't have anything to say. So, why do you say
it's because you don't want to listen. It's because you don't want to listen. Okay, thank you. Okay, Iran to have it. The reason why is because they show that the fact that they showed no restraint to their own people. Look at Sharia law. Look at Sharia, where they have a group of individuals that will police their own religion. What happens if they decide that they don't like a Western, let's say a Muslim leaves the Middle East, right, and goes to America and starts become more liberal? Well, guess what? Now, the way that they police their own people and the decisions, they might project that elsewhere. And quite frankly, opinion about the matter is your opinion. Just like my statement to my opinion is. I don't want Iran to. Sig's all right with that, and I respect Sig. So that's where I stand. If you don't like that,
population. So presumably you're so concerned about the Iranian population. That's your concern here, right? Like you just feel so strongly and deeply about the Iranian regime and so on needs to be dismantled. I guess you've seen what's happened with ICE and ICE killing American civilians and all the rest of it. Do you think on that basis...
ICE doesn't attack American civilians. ICE doesn't attack American civilians. So again, he's lying or making up shit.
So no American citizen. No American citizen.
No American citizen.
Okay, fine. So you're gonna make shit up now.
Hold on, Troll. A female decided to get in her car and attempt.
Yeah, I know the loader. But was she an American citizen or not?
Hold on. Are we gonna listen now?
Yeah.
Are we gonna listen now? Come on, use your big boy ears and listen. You got a big mouth. I know your ears are big too. So an individual who got told to stop and interfering with federal ICE agents decided to get in a car and and what happened? No. You said ICE was killing
Apparently you care because you brought it up.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you did because you brought it up. So clearly
the point is
ICE is not targeting American citizens. They don't have warrants.
The point is very simple.
They do round up people and they do interrogate them. They've released them in
The point
deported laws.
is very simple.
And
I
then
don't know how this can be useful, you guys. Okay?
people who
So you guys are
federal
basically claiming that only
get the
so you're
fucking way
basically
to
claiming
law,
that
and then
Iran, for instance, or other countries
is not going
haven't
to
been
tell
doing
us how to conduct our laws.
citizens any
Clearly, you
justice.
can't fucking manage your own laws. So
I mean,
I don't give a fuck what you have to say. You don't actually get a comment on it. You're not helping with it.
You want to keep doing this whole
You're not even helping with
You keep doing this whole
You can't even fucking manage your own fucking country.
I'll be quiet. I'll let you make a point if you want.
Why don't you go back and worry about the places that are going on your streets? How about you actually settle your immigration stances? How about you actually fucking practice what you preach and go sit there and do their laws instead of worrying about what the fucking national dish of England's tiki masala flavor is going to be this week? Why don't you actually fucking bring up a point that actually has some bearing and some slant, because you clearly don't know more than I do, and you clearly are the most ignorant one on this stage.
And
You can make that statement if you want.
to your point, Viking, how many police officers do you think are trained to actually stand in front of a live engine block? If the engine block on a car is live, do you think they're going to just stand there and try to get out the way, or do you think they're going to start fighting?
So his cover moves was actually on point. He shifted over from the rear to assess whether it came through the passenger side. And then he went to the front to provide cover while there was a third officer on the other officer's right at the back watching for that action. So he covered his angles right, because in case he did have to fire, since she was acting aggressive and it was uncertain what she had in there, he had the best line of sight in order to draw his weapon and fire, because it was the safest way. If he did it from the passenger side, he would have shot the other officers.
So what the brother Viking just said is that essentially they're not trained to stand in front of a live engine block that is moving towards them. What he did, now mind you, this is a person who has lived through having a family member murdered by the police. And in that situation, they were not in front of a live engine block. So the fact that I'm standing up for the person who was in front of a live engine block should tell you something. Like, he was not in the wrong for what he did. And the fact that we keep trying to use these type of things as examples of how it's so much different. Come on, man. Come on. What are we doing?
See, and the one thing that people like him coming in here say this, if you've never lived in the North and you've never driven on ice, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, because you have somebody hammered on the gas who backed up, almost ran over her own partner. Her own partner is saying, go, go, go. She hammered the gas. What happens if all of a sudden she gets traction, that vehicle launches? His job isn't to just protect himself. His job is to protect anybody around him. If somebody's driving erratically on ice, guess what? They're a threat to everybody else. Now, the other thing that everybody forgets is, go look at the number of attacks, the number of assaults, They're up like, what is it? I think it's like 8,000%. Now,
it's
when
a
you
crazy
threaten
number.
them,
It's
it's a
crazy
violation
number.
of the federal law. When you threaten them,
Right.
when you damage anything else, it's no longer a protest. The mere impeding, the mere threat, turn it into a riot. So they had a man who was illegally carrying a gun at a riot instead of a peaceful protest. The second it doesn't have to be in your immediate area. It could be if this thing is lined up with people and it's 3 blocks away and it turns into a riot there, you are in violation of the federal law. You are, by law, required to remove yourself and the weapon. You can come back, but the weapon has to leave. But we want to ignore all these little details, right? Because we want to say that ICE is killing people. ICE isn't going out and killing people. ICE is defending themselves because they're being harassed, attacked. They attacked the hotel they thought ICE was in. This is the people out there putting ICE in a bad situation.
So now ICE, take that and put it in the micro instead of the macro. You and I both know in Viking, definitely, I tell, because you've trained in the same type of executive.
I did 23 in the military.
What is the distance that they tell you is too dangerous for a person with a knife, let alone a vehicle, to be close to you? A knife. Let's start with the micro. A knife. How much distance can a human being close where a knife will require you to use lethal force?
Well, for me, I was trained anywhere from 10 feet because that distance can close to give the reaction when I had to do auxiliary security. So we didn't allow it, and there it was the 15-foot radius, because even then that was still considered dangerous in that square.
Right. They taught you about the circle.
21-foot rule, isn't it?
The 21 is what it really is. But they taught you about the circle within the circle. There's a circle that you originally perimeter yourself with, and then you have to understand distance from that circle. But when you're talking about a vehicle, that's a whole different game. When people use those examples and say that these people are doing something wrong, that is just factually inaccurate. It's just fact. And this is the person who lost a family member to a fucking cop who didn't do the right thing. And I'm still willing to stand up for the fact that they're not all bad people, bro. Like, this shit is crazy.
Literally had a cop in this house that I lived in that shooted a gentleman with a knife.
I scared something real quick. I scared something. So, Christ, context for Mr. Truth and Troll. Here are some scenarios. Dude, the whole entire time the ICE was in that area, they were social media. They were basically posting up. So basically, everywhere they went, they were being broadcast. Do you know what an agitator is, Truth or Troll? So individuals who were really there for a peaceful protest against ICE and any. Hold on, sir. So hold on. Just listen to the context. So they were basically anywhere they would go, they were following and having agitators. An agitator. So with that being said, the temperature of the whole environment was escalating. Did you know a lot of ICE
perfectly fine. You're absolutely right.
They were actually targeted between bricks being thrown, pepper spray. They were putting water on the ground. So that was.
Please mute up and stop interrupting Truth. Stop interrupting. Let him fucking finish and mute your mic.
So they were putting water down so that officers, while they'd be walking, they would slip and fall. They were throwing pepper spray out there. So they were causing a lot of physical harm. And now these officers in intense chaos are dealing with individuals that are coming out in a vehicle to interfere in justice and turn around and try to target target of the vehicle. And so the temperature is highly elevated, and then your projection is our government with ICE is killing civilians.
You know what,
trying to correlate it with the IRGC mowing down civilians, innocent civilians that were protesting, and you want to correlate the United States to Iran.
Stevie, you know what? You're right. So you're saying ICE is tackling agitators, right? And therefore it's justified. Do you think the Iranian government should also then tackle agitators as it sees fit within Iran?
Do they have the same laws as we do?
Answer the question, Stevie.
No. Do they have the same laws?
No. Chris on crisis. Can you please just let Stevie answer the question? Because he just put forward a case for justifying what ICE.
Fucking twat. When that.
Okay, he just put forward a. Alright, so when you don't want to answer the question, when Stevie is uncomfortable, this is what we're gonna do. He's gonna go on mute and you're gonna get angry. He just put forward a case for why ICE should stop quote-unquote agitators. The question therefore then is,
You're not saying.
do you think Iran,
You're not making your
do you think the Iranian government should stop what it deems as agitators?
This is fucking ridiculous. You're such a fucking waster. You tosser.
And that's a great impression, as I don't know who that's an impression of. It's a simple question. Should the Iranian government stop what they consider agitators, given what you just said about ICE stopping quote-unquote American agitators? It's a yes or no question.
So where's the proof that protesters were physically trying to harm?
Oh, so now you need proof all of a sudden, Steffi.
Well, I presented proof to you when you claimed that.
Yeah, and this is exactly mental gymnastics. This is exactly the kind of mental gymnastics you have to convince yourself of. Try and push these strange narratives, frankly speaking. You just spent about 5 minutes making a case for why ICE is justified in tackling American citizens who it considers to be agitators. The question then was, should Iranians tackle who they consider agitators? And all of a sudden you're like, well, I don't know. Should they not? And this is the core issue that's keeps playing time and time again. Is you think there's a set of standards that should be applied to you and your views and for your support, and there's a different set of standards that needs to be applied to other people. Okay? So you think, for instance, I was justified to tackle American agitators. Iran is not supposedly allowed to tackle what it considers agitators. You think the USA should have nuclear weapons to defend itself. You don't think other countries should have nuclear weapons to defend itself. So just come out and say, Stevie, you think there's one particular set of rules that should apply to you and who you support, who you back, and this is a different set of rules that should apply to everyone else. Just come out and say that, though. Let's get to some common ground. Okay? And from there on, we can build a picture of what society and all the rest of it, and also why it was wrong. But can you at least acknowledge that point?
Can you give us some substance? You just went on a 5-minute mumble jumble about bullshit when Crisis and John gave you legitimate reason, and myself. So can you provide us with substance? Welcome, Howard. Welcome, B-May.
Okay, I'll give you some substance, and I'll repeat it again. I've made this point before, Stevie, but I'll say it again for you. You mentioned, you said, for instance, you're scared that other countries who might have nuclear weapons, and this is a justified fear, by the way, that I might even agree with you on. You said other countries might use weapons of mass destruction or nuclear weapons to destroy society and so on. That's a hypothetical, and you're right to question that. However, when you question that and you use that as a basis to say no one else should have nuclear weapons, then there's a very valid question that also needs to be asked, which is, well, who else has used nuclear weapons? And guess who has used nuclear weapons, Steady? Because it wasn't any other country, right? So if we're going to play this game of we shouldn't let people have nuclear weapons because they might use it against then a fair question is, well, who has used nuclear weapons against who? I should they have it, right? But you don't seem to be like interested in that particular point for some reason. Which again brings us to this point of maybe you do think there's one particular set of rules for you, who you prefer to back, and so on and so forth, and everyone else. But guess what? That's just a preference at that point, right?
I understand.
That's not law. That's not the human rights. That's not anything.
Being told
That's just a preference that's steady on the internet. And guess what? There's many people like you, Stephanie. There's a lot of Iranians who have a preference. There's a lot of North Koreans who have a
It's
preference.
not about. Listen, I understand you don't like the information that I gave you, and you have to deflect it. That's fine. I totally understand that. You're
Which point
entitled
is
to.
being
So hey, we brought you up legitimate reasons. You targeted the ICE, saying how bad ICE is and it was killing, and we brought that up.
I didn't say that, no.
So yes, okay, deflect. That's fine. But
No, I didn't say that.
so I'm actually gonna jump or listen, and we're gonna. So if you want to give random bullshit, conspiracies or deflecting everything that's being discussed about, deflect with someone else. B-May, Howard, welcome.
I guess you don't have anything to say.
My job.
You don't have anything to say.
Well, because they're respectful. They see that we're having a conversation. Unlike you have to jump
Okay,
in
that's great.
and mitigate.
I am disrespectful and all the rest of it. Do you have anything of substance to say, Lois Debbie? Aside from dissecting me and how I speak and how I sound and how much of an asshole I am, do you have anything of substance to actually say? I guess not.
Since they were developed and used for the very first time, who's used them since then?
Yeah, hi everyone. BB came up. BB, did you want to say anything? Before I... Okay, I don't think
we can jump into the concept that yes, America's the only place to ever use them, but that was we just developed it, we dropped it, and we've learned not a good idea. We've learned from the errors of our past, haven't we? Now we haven't done it. We're a lot less likely to do it. Do I think anybody should have them? No, I think everybody should get rid of them. But why don't we? Because everybody's afraid that somebody's going to hide 1 or 2 or 3 or 10 or 100, right? And we know you're not going to get Russia to agree to get rid of them. So, unfortunately, this is all, a great song and dance. But the reality is it's mad. It's mutually assured destruction. That's what it is. And I don't think that we should at all have them for anybody. If you want to know the truth. But I do believe that you start letting wild. I said this in the chat. Give Somalia one. Let's go see what Somalia does when that falls into the wrong hands and they get pissed at the wrong people.
Well, if they use it once, then I would imagine they use it.
I push back on this because he's saying that us putting the nuke down on Hiroshima was just testing. Brother, they were already testing.
We dropped it
in the ocean.
We didn't know what the hell.
It was no test. I mean, maybe it wasn't like, fucking putting it on land, but come on. We knew that bitch would do damage.
Sorry, what is it? Like, is it because you think I can't say what I'm writing in the chat? Like, what is it? So, what would you like to discuss?
No, BB, I'm actually reading what you're writing in the chat. I was just waiting for you to say it on the stage.
Oh, no, I was talking to Beam.
Yeah, I think everybody was. You came on stage. Usually when people want to come on stage, they want to talk.
Well, I only came up because I'm sick.
This is
I'm perfectly happy in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Listen, there's something that most people are unaware of and can't detect. That is a great equilibrium, a great balance that is always that way. It sounds ridiculous, but many of you are living with friction in your life, and that's because essentially your projection is conflict with Donald Trump's projection. And a lot of people have, yes, it's true, and it is in the DSMV, 1492. The point is, ladies and gentlemen, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. The equilibrium, this is not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. This was years in the making. And if you don't think that this Iran operation, they're fully tracked, Israel and Mossad and these satellites, they're doing 3D real-time imaging of the enemy troop movement. So if the point is, the Iranians have to come into compliance. It's like the IRS where I used to work. Their big motto, slogan is come into compliance. That's all we want. We want you to come into compliance. It's the same principle. And so in the world of geopolitics, real politics, people need to come into compliance. And a lot of people here say, what is that right? The point is, the now gives us the right. That's the compression of World War II. The greatest battle in human fucking history. Hundreds of millions dead. Nuclear war to the highest degree. An entire nation mobilized to create a force of energy that can deliver knockout blows. And we still got it. And we've reinvested 100-fold. We've got the keys to Armageddon. We control the planet.
So
So the point is, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. There's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. I am complete.
No one should talk.
So see, Iran does not hold up. So Iran does not have to adhere to the U.S. Israel is called the war of attrition, bro. Look at our damn economy. Look at the gas. I mean, inflation's at all. Bro, a lot of this stuff.
Look at the first coming out with Tuchus. The point is, you can't accept it. You got friction.
Whoa, repeat that.
Accept it. Accept it means completely.
No, he said some other shit before that. I just was trying to get the full sentence. Okay, well, I can't accept it. I don't know what I'm accepting.
You're asking about the war that he referenced.
No, he just says radical nonsense and then just gets upset. You know what I'm saying? Just because you talk long doesn't mean you're right.
Let me hit my projection.
I don't believe that any of these nations should have nuclear weapons. I don't believe any of them there. However, we are where we are. This is where we're at. So people have to act responsibly. You know what I mean? And responsibly is understanding that dropping nukes or having nukes, especially if you're having nukes in different territories that are may or may not, because we don't know. All of this is, everything we're speaking on is speculation. We can never say that this one nation is guaranteed to drop a bomb. We don't know. But what we do know is what will happen if those nations drop a bomb. We do know about the jet streams and how the poison air would affect all of their neighbors and shit like that. We do know that. And because of that, we can hedge our bet on the fact that we don't want certain nations that have issues with each other to have nuclear weapons. Does it mean that people should not be allowed to defend themselves? Absolutely not. But it does mean that we have to display some type of responsibility. And right now, we're not displaying responsibility. Everybody is also weird shit. People, Pakistan got nuclear weapons. India has nuclear weapons. Even though I know we're not allowed to say it out loud, Israel has nuclear weapons. You know what I mean? Like, if any of them drop it now, it wouldn't just be whatever enemy country that they drop it on that gets the backlash purpose. The jet stream alone will guarantee that a whole swath of that area will become uninhabitable.
If Israel lets them bitches off, it's because let's be honest, if they're
here's the thing that we do know. China is going to be funding them. Russia is going to be funding them underhanded. And we already know Iran's got long money.
We got this thing
So
called
this can go on and on and on.
It will go on and on and on. That's the dance. It never stops.
The song that never ends.
So here we go, Matt. So listening to this, we know that the first stage of Pakistan, these are the older ones that they have. They have some tactical ones. I think they have like maybe 150, 150 last count. Probably maybe they have like 180 somewhere in between there of these, and they're all various designs. So nuclear weapons come in they're like Baskin Robbins. They come in 31 flavors. So when you look at this, the first ones that Iran's going to do, because of what they were attempting to do, will be the highly enriched uranium ones. And this is where you start to see that 90% tile, which jumping up from 60 to 90 is literally, it could be weeks away, it could be a couple months, but you've basically crossed the hurdle. Pakistan took 20 years to get there, and most of it was stolen thanks to twat waffles like France that hired Abdul something or other from Pakistan to go in there and gave him access to the fucking centrifuges and the design plans for enriching uranium. That's off to those fucking guys. That was really smart. And then it's like, here we go. Now all of a sudden Pakistan did it, and it took some of the technology for various other areas, and they got their hands on a couple components, and voila, after 20, 25 years, they have nukes. But we are aware that Iran would have their first stage would be the HEUs. These are the ones that everybody fears. These are the ones that will radiate across that area. And if they launch, imagine the energy crisis that would unfold the global supply market. If they were to launch, then all of a sudden you're talking about a region that you can't sail through. That strait's done.
Exactly.
That's gone. So much for that one. The land masses and the people are sick. It's going to take trillions of dollars to help clean up that area and to mitigate it. And it'll have to be a world effort. Everybody will have to pay to go clean it up. This is not just something that impacts just that regionality. This would be something that would affect the global world, and not because they could reach you, but it's dependent on where they launch, who they launch against, and who would deploy them. Because we are aware Israel would most assuredly send one up and send all of theirs up in order to respond to what Iran did. It absolutely wouldn't cause it.
Why are you okay with France and you take my shit for them? Pakistan.
Viking, it's also about the altitude. So if they put it up at a certain altitude, it's going to hit an even wider area because of the EMP effect.
Correct.
Which will then fuck up all these countries who, people don't even understand that the energy grids in a lot of these countries don't have the redundancy to deal with a high altitude explosion that will create an EMP effect that'll fuck up a whole region.
I don't know, man. No, they hit Japan, and 10 years later, they had the city.
That was atomic, not nuclear.
It was a whole different.
I understand. But I mean, the problem is right now, Israel is more dangerous than Pakistan, plus India, plus so many other countries, because they have expansionists, and they have goals, and also they are fanatics, religious fanatics. So I think they are the biggest threat right now. And by the way, the threat is not even their nuclear. The threat is that they will take our place. They literally want to replace us. So,
brother, to be fair, brother, on one hand you say you understand, but you didn't understand the EMP effect. But then you're saying that they just want to replace us. So which one is it? Do you actually understand what the EMP effect is?
Yeah, I understand. I'm saying that the first part regarding the atomic bomb and all that, I agree. There will be different types of them. We don't know if Iran which right now have way more motivation than before. And if they build it, we don't know what's the quality of that. Again, they said that they are able to build 11 nuclear bombs, but small ones. That's what I've heard based on the Fox News and CNN and all that. But regardless, my second part was absolutely something different. I said that Israel is more dangerous now to the entire world than Pakistan plus India and all other countries. I mean, if we go with danger, right? North Korea every day we wake up, they're like, oh, we're gonna nuke US. So they're literally threatening us when we're not doing anything. Because it's not just threats, it's not just saying, it's actually taking action. And we see that Israel is taking literally, like, you know, how many times? Like, we ceasefire, they just break the ceasefire.
Hold on. So Chris, to your earlier point, with the EMPs, the radiation fallout, which exploding over, and especially if it's dirty, which they will most assuredly tie in, this will then render the area, you'll have an ecological disaster. It'd be billions of gallons of oil, like trillions of gallons of oil pouring into the land and the ocean. So that's going to require like trillions of dollars to clean up on its own. And that's not like, oh, we can just mop it up in a week. That's going to take, I don't know, 50 years. Like,
that's Chernobyl on steroids.
Yeah, right? Like, people don't understand, like, we don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Not necessarily just for one solid reason other than, they chant death to America. Like, we know that that's probably not going to happen. But, like, at the end of it, there's broader consequences, and to more friendly nations and to other nations who are like, please don't allow it. And none of these other nations want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Like, they're our own agreement.
Viking, what's fucking me up is how many people don't know the difference between the types of nuclear bombs. It's not, like, when we think nuclear bomb, people seem to think that this is little boy and fat boy all over again. It's not little boy and fat boy anymore. This shit has the potential to affect way more part. And again, I have to bring in the jet stream. Because once you bring in the jet airflow on the planet, as a matter of fact, there was a gentleman from Saudi Arabia about 3 years ago who talked about why the Gulf states should not have a nuclear weapon. And that's exactly what he was referring to, was the jet stream and how it would affect the entire region, not just the target country. So when we talk about nuclear bombs, we seem to think Hiroshima, Nagasaki. No, we're way past that. We are way the fuck past that.
You're right. We're past nothing. And the point is, the easiest option, easiest choice is generally the natural choice. It's a very easy solution. Come into compliance. If it will come into compliance, well, then this war didn't just start. Israel and the United States have been bombing the shit out of Iran in Syria. Iran has been supplying that area, and they've been destroying them.
Alistair, compliance with what? Compliance with what? You keep making that statement, but you never specify or clarify. Compliance with what? Comply with who and what?
I'm not JD Vance in Pakistan right now meeting with the entourage from Iran. That would be JD Vance. Let's call JD Vance real quick. Please hold. Hi.
Yeah, you're trying to make a joke. Listen, you're gonna make statements. If you're gonna make such statements such as, oh, this and that person needs to come into compliance, and there's a question of complying with what?
Hey, everybody, it's me, JD Vance. Hey. Wait, hold on. Somebody from Iran is also calling. I'm gonna call the police.
I guess you try to have to do this.
Alistair, we're asking a serious question,
because you don't have an answer.
Yeah, it's a serious question, Alistair. Compliance.
He doesn't have an answer. Of course he doesn't, because he knows where it's gonna go.
Well, he's saying basically that Iran should say, okay, cover oil and just give up, right? Like old school Saudi Arabia. That's what they do.
One of the things that stood out to me earlier, the question in which people were misunderstanding the way they were speaking. Like, Viking ain't playing around with lies because he understands what it's like to lose comrades and freaking friends, people he knew. Like, it's different when you guys in the game. Like, at the end of the day,
Houston cops, Dallas cops, Miami cops, they all died. All your brothers died. Everybody dies, brother.
Listen, bro. When we're talking about thermonuclear war, when we're talking about neutron nuclear war, when we're talking about the dirty bomb shit, we're not talking about fucking Minneapolis cops.
Wipes? Do you use adult sprayers?
Bro.
Get rid of him.
What I'm referring to is the fact that when we heard Viking speak earlier, the passion that he was speaking with was for the position of a person who has lost people in combat. And everybody thought that he was just being angry. But the reality is he's saying that the way that we're talking about war lets him know that we've never actually seen somebody die.
Speak for yourself. I've been to plenty of funerals, sir. What plenty?
I've been to plenty of funerals, and I've had the opportunity, unfortunately, to see people die in front of me. How many people have you seen die in front of you?
Yeah.
That's what it becomes.
I have a miscarriage every second.
Yeah, fuck a miscarriage. I get it, bro. He's stolen. I get it.
Enough. All right, I'm not going to move you from the stage because I'm going to follow Sig's rules today, but you can't keep doing that. All right, you can speak your piece after.
I get it that he's trolling, but I'm not trolling right now. Like that shit that Viking said earlier, that shit hit a nerve. I know people in the service, and I've seen shit in my everyday life. You don't play around with death. Like this is not something that we're not gonna just watch this shit on TV. You understand? Like we have to actually take this conversation a little bit serious.
So
to understand what's at stake.
So, Crisis, I agree with you, but my question is because I must have missed it, what are you advocating for?
What do you mean by advocating? I don't want to see escalation. I don't want to see escalation. I really don't. Because nobody wins in war. Nobody on either side. I grew up in the DMV area, the DC area.
Okay, but there's escalation already. We don't get it.
I get that. But
so according to the thing that you're saying,
try to make a point. No need to flatter anybody. Just try to make a point. That's what people are asking for. Make a point. Stop flattering people.
I definitely would love for the lady to finish what she was saying. So you've already done your part.
So my point is I guess I agree with you. But then wouldn't that justify making sure that other countries and that the world looks at each other for accountability to make sure that we don't have nuclear weapons, none of us? Why should any of us have them?
I agree with that, but the road to that point is very complicated, and I personally do not feel qualified to say how we get there. Like,
are you by the same token not qualified to say who shouldn't have it then?
Exactly. That's why I said I don't know how we get there.
No. Are you then not qualified to say who should not have them either?
Exactly.
If you're not qualified to say who should have them, then surely you're not qualified to say who shouldn't have them.
So let's extrapolate what you just said. Are you asking me if I'm qualified to say who's good and who's evil?
No. She asked you a very important question. She said, essentially a question on what gives any country the right to have nuclear weapons up.
Okay.
And you said, no, I'm not qualified to make a statement.
No. I don't believe anybody should have it. But the road to get there, the road to get to that
point, you ain't gonna like the answer, brother.
Bro,
and you ain't making no points. You keep repeating yourself. Brother, if you want to get rid of the nukes, listen. You got no
John, it's
Brother, I'm not gonna argue with you, bro. Like, I'm gonna keep it respectful. I don't want to argue with you. You know what I mean? The sister asked the question. I'm just being honest with her. Personally, I don't believe that anybody should have these type of weapons that can fuck around and erase whole cultures from the planet. I don't believe that anybody should have those type of weapons. However, I do not. Again, if you allow me to finish, if you allow me to finish, brother, with your high-pitched voice, if you allow me to finish with my secondary part that...
Because you gotta speed up what you're saying.
I'm trying to finish it up here, so hold on a moment. Edmund, this is your warning, otherwise I'm going to have to put you down in the kitchen, all right? Let him finish, then you can respond.
All I'm saying is, to her point, I agree with her. I personally would be intellectually honest in saying to you that I do not know what the roadmap to get there is. I do believe that nobody should have it. I don't feel like I have the roadmap to get there, though. Because unfortunately, some countries have it, and something Viking and other people have brought up is that for the countries who already, who's to say that they're not gonna hide 3 or 4? Who's gonna come from the outside and say that nobody has anything?
Well, I mean, like that's how we do. That's how we do it now.
I'll answer.
Thank you, and I just want real quick to respond to him. The way that we would do it is the same. Is exactly what we're doing now. We've figured out that Iran is not cooperating, and we've decided, okay, look, you're not gonna. We didn't nuke them, but we're using force to say this indiscriminate weapon is not. It's not acceptable, right? What if we just did that for everybody in the world, including ourselves? We also got rid of nuclear weapons. Indiscriminate. What you're saying, I mean, like, it makes sense, and I support it, but we all have to. We use force together. Right now, we use the necessary force for countries that John.
Hey, yo, can you tell the loud voice dude to just chill? I'm trying to hear you, sister.
He's down.
I just can't hear you.
So, Edmund, I moved you down. I'm going to give you, I'm going to do the chillism thing. I'm going to give you a few minutes down there, and you guys can continue the conversation. I'm going to moderate the room the same way. So, again, we're going to adhere to SIG's rules, so that's going to be it. All right?
So one thing being is if you try to use force against somebody unwilling to get rid of their weapons, you have that threat of them using those weapons, and that's the fear with, I would say more with Russia than anybody, is if you decide you're going to take Putin out, he might just go out in a blaze of glory because he is former KGB. He stood the ground when he was the only one facing things, so he could destroy material. He's no pussy. So I could see that man saying, I'm going down, so I'm hitting the button. That's the one thing that I fear, but I'm in agreement. I don't think anybody should have them. I think it should be a global agreement that this is mutually assured destruction if we allow them. But again, it's so impossible. Like, how do you assure that China, Russia, us don't have some hidden? That's the big problem.
How do we do it now?
Yeah, we don't do it now. We don't do it now. I told her I wanted to answer the question.
Oh, my bad, bro. My bad. Go ahead.
So, there is no fixed action with that as far as an agreement of no nukes. You know what I'm saying? Pandora's box has already been opened. And like to what Ice was saying, there's no test to who's saying who has how many, even if they do say they given up what they have per se. You know what I mean?
Mr. Russia has something called the Doomsday option. Israel has something called the Samson option. America never talks about what their end game.
Israel also never mentioned the Samson. Israel never mentioned the Samson option. This is something that Twitter is talking about.
Bro,
and I think that you guys are missing the point of intent. I mean, a gun is a gun, but it's a big difference if a policeman has it, or a good guy, or if a criminal has it. Or why do they use it for? Do you use this as a defense, or deterrence, or as a threat?
What is a good guy?
Intentions matter, and I think that if you cannot put everybody together, they're like sociopathic. To this right and wrong, good and evil,
is sociopath. It's like every time we should be equal for everybody. Why do we lock people up? I mean, let them run free. I mean, so what? Who decide what is the crime and what is not?
I want all of y'all to peep what's happening right now. So check this out. The Samson option isn't the good guy. This is them saying...
There is no Samson option, dude.
Man,
it's in your head. What of it? Because you saw it on TikTok and X on Instagram, you think that there's a Samson option?
There's Israel or Russia or US don't have like in-game kind of weapon.
Are you saying that you have information that there is, or you're just projecting what you assume that will happen?
Okay, I'll tell you why. Number one, I'll give you an example. Okay, just one factor. Number one, Russia, the biggest atomic bomb that ever tested, and this is just tested that everybody saw with their eyes, right? It's 50 megaton or something like that, which caused like massive problems in Europe. And that's just tested out there that you can just look and see. So there are weapons like that, we can't deny it, number one.
I'm not talking about this.
I understand.
I'm talking about the Samson option.
So you're talking about specifically Israel.
We're talking about all of those countries who have them.
I mean, what are those countries?
Think about it. Why not? So think about it like this, guys. It's not that.
No, he made up like this Samson option, and then he's putting it in all these countries together. And I think, what is it?
It's not that complicated. Like, think about it like this, guys. Everybody who has nukes is liable to use the bitches. If their country's at a threat and it gets that bad, just count and bet they're gonna use it. Why not? At that point, you know what I mean?
It's
just how it works.
No, I don't think it's.
They have nothing to preserve.
Like, there is no good guy, bad guy.
There is no
good guy, bad guy. I mean, don't say that. That's very socio.
Who's the good guy? Tell us who the good guy is.
The question you have it again, if you're gonna use it or just as a deterrence.
Who's the good guy?
You're gonna use it.
Well, someone that, for example, moral value, life.
Okay, can you help you guys with this?
Quick to do it and use it.
Hey, wait, hold on. Can I
How
help you guys
important
with
it
this?
is?
It's not about good or bad. You're looking at it through the wrong lens.
Thank you.
Who's at the top? Who's the empire in charge right now? Because
of course it's good and bad, dude. I mean,
no. It's not. It's not a question of good and bad.
I understand that this is what this is the sociopathic that you cannot treat it the same.
Relax. Because again, America is not 100% perfect. We're not like fucking the moral police out there. We have done some egregious shit. Fuck, we fought a war and created a war over bananas. Like, it literally is a thing. Go Google the banana war and you'll be like, wait, what? We've lied on things. We've intervened. We have, done things nefarious. We did fucking drugs for guns.
I didn't say perfect. I said good. And you have like laws, and you have morals, and you have a judicial system, and you have freedom of speech, and you have freedom of
hold on, dude. It's not about who's good. It's like America is looking at it in its interest, and it is the empire that governs the world. And what is good for America is usually prevalent to what America wants. It's American interest. Now, it happens to coincide with the vast majority of the world there, but also remember too, we keep 63% of the world under economic sanctions. We had like fucking multiple countries that are really just poor and struggling. We have done this and kept them in place just because we can and afford to do it. So being the moral center, I disagree with it, and who's good or who's bad. Every empire that rises up and it starts from an area of blood, starts from an area of concentrated wealth, and then they fucking go ahead and bring everybody up into the fold to what benefits them. And that is what America's doing.
I didn't say America was good, by the way. You got to took it there.
Viking, I fucking love your perspective, bro. You're looking at this shit from an unbiased lens. You understand what Pax means. Pax Romanica. Then it becomes Pax Britannica. Then it becomes Pax Americana. What we're fighting over now is the people who are trying to become the next Pax. They're trying to replace us as the Pax, the current Pax. We live in Pax Americana. They're trying to replace us as the next Pax. You think that we're just gonna give that the fuck up very easily? You think that's how that works? You think they are the good guys? Who the fuck are the good guys? What is good in your mind? What is good in your mind? Because the reality is good is whatever is in the best interest of that ruling power who has the ability to rain down hellfire on everyone else to make them back the fuck down. That's what the... I did not say that they were good. You said they were good. I didn't say they were good. You said
I didn't say.
I did not say it.
I said that there is good and evil, and you guys are saying that there is not. It's about power.
What I'm saying is that it's about pax. Pax means peace. Peace through America, and peace through Britain, and then it became peace through America. Now what's happening is people are trying to fight over, and that's why it's about the dollars and shit like that. They're trying to fight over what the next peace will be. America is trying to keep it. These other countries are trying to take it. And at the end of the day, at the end of the day, if you live in this country, if you live in America, and you're actively rooting against America, that is crazy. Because that means that you're actively rooting against not having the standard of living that you currently have.
First of all, crisis, it could be argued that there is no longer a Pax Americana, as you said. Well, we don't need to get into that whole discussion. And I guess what something Daniel is missing is your idea of good and evil is just an opinion that you have as Daniel. It's not fact. It's not universal. It's not shared by everyone. It's just Daniel thinking, I am good, therefore I'm justified in doing whatever I want.
But dude, if another country thinks that using a nuclear bomb is a good thing, that is exactly the problem that I'm saying. That if you think that there is no good and wrong, and it's about perspective, then someone could say, let's give everybody a nuclear bomb because, everybody can decide what's good and bad for themselves, and using it or not, well, it depends on their point of view. So I disagree with this. I do think that there is bad and good and evil. And you can say that it's a place of happening. I think that, for example, going and killing random people with no reason, which what we call in our society murder, is something that is bad. Now, if you will tell me that there are societies that think that it's good, I still think that it's bad because I can justify it. And if they will try to convince me, go ahead and try to convince me that going and sending a nuke just because you are whatever is a good thing.
No, I agree.
You do realize that murder is a legal term.
We all agree that Israel has,
and this is why I said this is what we call murder. This is why I said specifically.
And Israel has nuclear weapons, right?
Murder is a legal term. That's the reason why Leopold.
In our society,
that's the reason why Leopold was able to kill as many people as he did and still get a holiday. Murder is subjective to the law. If the law is not congruent with everybody.
No, you could say murder without law. I can describe what is a murder without law in the Bible before there was law about murder.
The Bible isn't even adhered by everybody on the planet.
I'm saying as a story, dude, you're missing the point. As a story, you can understand what is the murder, because murder is about intent. Okay?
Tell a Hindu about the Ten Commandments. Tell a Buddhist about the Ten Commandments.
This is the crisis, because,
So there is good and bad.
So Alias on Kitover, Casino.
Yeah, that's right, Marshall. Go have another vodka tonic. The point is, there's equilibrium. There is a balance.
Use your regular voice.
Go have a whiskey now, Marshall. Go have a whiskey. That's fine. Make sure you take the medication. Make sure the medication. Don't drink alcohol. Take this medication.
Stop talking like a woman. You're talking like a little girl. You're talking like a little girl. Just use your voice.
Point is,
it's okay. Just
America
use your voice.
is kicking ass.
Just use your
Israel
voice.
is kicking
It's okay.
ass. And all these complainers here on this app are just complaining. Everybody here has something to complain about. And the point is, America is kicking ass. Hardcore ass. The entire
Yes, we know you're the trans black woman that you go into rooms with. Yes, we've all known it for a long time.
Oh my God, is that stupid?
Yes, that's stupid.
Oh my God, it's John Kitover?
Yeah.
Yes.
You know what?
Holy fuck, wow.
I'm so tired of your shit, kiddo.
Yeah, Kitover's a real mix shithead.
I like Kitover too, but I knew he was stupid. And he
Did you just call me a shithead?
And not
Tell us about you.
not to mention before you
Law for like fraud.
Oh, my little brother.
Thank you, Viking, for your perspective right here.
I checked in with my little brother, and my little brother talked to the senator, and my little brother.
Can you believe that?
Okay, you're not going to dox them, so we're going to leave that alone. All right, let's continue with the conversation. Stupid. What was the other name? Point. Cappuccino, and now Edmund. Whatever monikers you go by, it's perfectly fine. But again, if you're just here to like do your shtick, then open a comedy room. But go ahead and go back to the discussion, guys.
great room.
Awesome. And Viking, I agree with you 110%. We were born in the land that we wear the jersey of the team that we have to wear. So anything that looks like we want to see this team lose is ridiculous. But it doesn't mean that we can't want to be fair. We do want to be fair. And that's the part that we have to focus on.
I agree with you on that. Again, this whole morality argument, and then even the discussion of bringing back, recalling all of nuclear weapons and then bringing and removing them from the world stage. It's too late for that. It's probably similar to the argument that many mothers shedded when the bullet was first fired. You can't recall it. So it's here. How do you deal with it? Go ahead. They're getting more powerful. The ones that dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were what, 15 and 20 kilotons?
Kilotons, yeah.
Yeah. We have the capability now, even on the smaller scale, to use multiple missile heads, multiple deployment options, and they're all 1,000 kilotons. So it would make Nagasaki and Hiroshima very small in comparison to what these could actually eventually do.
It's like a balloon at this point. Just gets bigger and bigger with time.
I think that's where the problem is. I asked a question earlier. Or brackets of economical demands that a country must meet. Like, why isn't there? Like, for a country who doesn't have the economical range per se, why would, hold on, because I said it much better in the chat, but if the country can't afford to support the aftermath or financially correct the aftermath of having a nuclear set-off, why would we even have the conversation of allowing them to be at the table? And not saying America's doing, great, on its, economical range as well. We have, severe debts, but I don't think it's about taking them off. I understand that there are other means to having nuclear resources, electricity being one, that are extremely beneficial. But my notion is, in my mind, again, I'm still trying to, fumble it around and trying to understand it. I think there should be you should be able to meet a certain bracket as an economy in your country in order to be able to even be considered, to have these nuclear benefits. And obviously, we're talking about weaponry, but I'm also trying to look on a broader scale in regards to the benefits of these nuclear powers. Did you guys understand that? Or did I flip off the shadow of that?
That made the most sense that anybody said all evening.
Yeah, the way you just described it, I don't know if you're old enough to remember the original version of the TV show Star Trek. They literally said in Star Trek that it took a famine on a worldwide level to get everybody on the same page. The famine created war, and the war created understanding. Now, the thing is that, do we really, we are supposedly, we are at the apex of our civilization. So we believe in our mind that it doesn't take us to get to a point of another global catastrophe to the point where we are almost at the brink of extinction for us to understand that it's one planet, one people moving forward.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, we have competing ideologies. And these competing ideologies are what is keeping the world at war.
And that's what I mentioned in the chat before, not to cut you, but to add it into what you're saying. Where are our developments to where we are seeing these countries and what they need to be able to come up to, I'll just call it the economical bracket for sustainability?
You're asking for me to see my brother as a brother and my sister.
And not just in today's lens, but for the future of the generations that are to come. If these countries are willing to make a decision that, and I love how Brad had put it so sophisticatedly, if the damage to this will wipe out decades to come, why not have it in the immediate notion to be like, okay, well, we need to sit down and have conversations on what it's going to look like for us to stabilize generations to come, right? The next few decades after today's conversation. And I just don't feel like even in these rooms or these conversations that we're having, nobody has that lens of the future. Nobody's having the conversation in regards to what 50 years looks like from now.
And that's the reason why I said I don't have the roadmap. That's literally the reason why I said I don't have the roadmap. Because I don't know how to bridge that gap in the human mind that believes if I'm doing what I'm doing, then I should be allowed to have more than you. And I'm not saying that everybody has to have the same, because that's socialism.
Exactly.
That's not what I'm saying. But at the same time, we have to understand that we only got, look, you can have when you're born, you have a mother, you have a father. You know what I mean? You only get one of each. You might get a stepfather, you might get a stepmother, but the reality is you have one mother and one father. And for our that one mother is this planet. The hard part is figuring out how to get everybody to understand that, and that this doesn't belong to us. None of this belongs to us. It belongs to everybody who comes after us. And what we're supposed to be doing is putting ourselves in the best position to progress forward, going forward. But that's not the way that we look at things. We look at it about the now instead of the future.
Exactly. And remember that it also belonged to everybody before us as well. You know, I think about the agriculture here in America and how it has completely plundered, damn near disappeared. There's no skill anymore. Nobody knows how to farm land anymore.
And that used to be all there was.
Hey, hold on. I'm a farmer, mate.
Excuse me, nobody was talking about one person. I'm talking about on a nationwide scale. There are more people nationwide here in America who do not know how to farm. That's a fact. Where at one point in human civilization, that's all we depended on. That's you were literally, by the time you were probably learning your first words, you were involved.
It's not a fact, but okay.
No, that's actually 100% fact. Because we went from a zero economy, meaning you eat what you kill.
Can we just do a quick poll in the room? If you know how to farm, can you drop a 1 in the chat? If you don't put anything.
I can put a poll at the top.
Thank you.
We went from
I
zero.
think it's odd because the economy has shifted away from that. You needed that before to survive. There's a reason people no longer are living on the farm. It just doesn't make sense from an economic perspective.
No, absolutely. But what she's saying is bring it back. How do we bring it back where it incorporates all of it?
Mandated, but not just bring it back though, but at a mandated level. It should be a part of everyday curriculum. We should know how to sow a seed.
But if our economy is not geared towards, you could do that for fun, but if our economy is not geared towards that, why would we want a bunch of farmers who don't have farms to farm? I don't see the fun.
But what she's referring to is
because I'm not just talking about an independent lens. I'm talking about a global lens. Okay, so
She's saying people aren't rugged anymore.
Let me just put this notion down. Okay, so let's just say it was mandated here in America that we had a part of our just general education. Do you know how profitable that knowledge is on a global scale, where now we are being hired to go into other nations and help, sustain, agricultures that are being impacted by weather or being impacted by other global disasters or other global situations?
Angel, this world exists off of created scarcity. This world exists off of created scarcity. So the idea that we don't have enough is a part of the global economic structure. That's the mentality we have to get out of. Because that's
I'm not trying to be difficult, but I just don't people have ChatGPT? They could just, if they really wanted to be farmers, they could learn.
Global scarcity. Let's go into that real quick. So check this out. If I know that I'm the one who's able to produce XYZ, right? Even though your land is able to produce XYZ, I'm gonna use something very basic. Very basic. I'm gonna use something called cassava. Cassava is generally associated with Africa, but cassava plants are not from Africa. They're actually from the Americas. So now, if we're operating for each other in terms of a global economy, in the sense of us not trying to be greedy, is the sense, not trying to profit off of each other and shit like that. That's what she's talking about. She's not talking about keeping capitalism, for lack of a better term, and she's not talking about socialism either. What she's asking about is it possible to get to a global understanding? Okay.
That's just rude to say when I actually posed my initial statements to the stage when I was indicating that I'm still in my mind about it, right? So if somebody listened to me and they were able to provide, the feedback, then I'm grateful for that.
I wasn't sure that's what you said, though. I think you said something different, to be honest.
Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, he didn't say exactly his words, but he's right along the lines of where I had intended to go in the conversation. So far, I have listened to you guys, and nothing has projected into any future forward-thinking conversations about, you know, the economies that are to follow after this and what it's going to look like. People who are here today, you know, participating in these economies, these militaries, and these political engagements. I think about the tomorrows. I'm, you know, not just a mother, but I'm also someone who's living here on Earth. I think about what it takes for not just a community, but a generation to forward themselves. If we're having conversations on war, I think it's only necessary to have conversations on living and how to come through the detriments of these wars, whether they're political, economic, or military based.
Oh, so I wanted to ask you, Angel, when you talk about the whole after situation, what is the after you're referring to?
The generations that are to follow through.
Follow through after what?
After the next 20 years of our decision makings in whether it's here in America, whether it's on a global spectrum, you know, just what does it look like for the next 20 to 50 years when our children are having to take over, you know, the economies that we either have caused more destruction to or eliminated certain rights or whatever, or increased certain, you know,
My apologies. I would just say I was more so looking for or an event or maybe a series of actions leading up to the thinking of what you're referring to. Like for instance, because let's just stick to the war because we're talking about the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's be very real. What fixed action are we talking about? What after are we referring to? Are we talking preparing our kids for like nuclear fallout or, you know, World War III? I mean, you know, I mean, well, like what's the, you know what I'm saying? What conversation are we really needing to have?
I don't think you can talk about war without talking about the economy that's built around that. And I think I'm more so looking along the lines of economic and what that looks like for the generations that are to come. Let's just talk about the next 20 years, the youth that are growing up that are, you know, having to merge into certain careers. You know, we're now gauged more towards technology than we ever have been. And on a global spectrum, we know that there are countries and other nations that just they're not there yet. So when one nation has the privilege to advance, there's globally other nations that just don't. What does that look like for the future generations that are to come? And if we're having these conversations on these mass decisions that could impact such a severe cost, when you guys were talking about earlier, there being, you know, 50-year recuperation if one of these nukes was to go off, and that's a small spectrum because the capacity of the damage could range for much longer than that. What does that like for people of all the decades to follow through?
So you're asking if, like, say, hold on. So you're saying your question is you're asking in, like, say, the Middle East, since that's the hot topic. You're saying if there was a deployment of a nuclear weapon, it looked like in the following 50 years. Well, that's your question. We would have far more regional conflicts. We would probably see Asia start to engage more. They would probably fully conquer Tibet, and they would expand down into India, and there would be a conflict with India. Mainly because it now becomes a resource. You've now damaged the Middle East pipeline, the oil. You would have Africa, the northern part, at the very east, as well as the western fronts, immediately get impact. Egypt would become a radioactive hellhole, so that ends Egypt for the most part. And then you would have massive death and a great loss of population. it could probably affect Turkey and numerous other areas in there. Turkey would probably retaliate in some kind of facet, try to creep down and gain more land because it needs to get its people out of there. Russia would probably most certainly advance and try to offer cleanup, but at a cost. China would also do the same and acquire territory and then just try to ride out the nuclear fallout, making it part of China.
Everything that Vikings just said.
Then you would have the U.S. have to massively ramp up production. South America would actually benefit. Central America, a lot of those islands would probably, and Caribbean would actually benefit. So you could just take the Gulf of Cum and say, here you go. And for those that don't know, it's Canada, Cuba, United States of Mexico. But you would take that Gulf and you would actually expand it out. They would become rich because they'd have to supply the energy to Europe. Russia and Ukraine, we would have to make basically give them Ukraine because we would need the energy just because of the impacts around that. And you're now looking at an inflationary cost of goods because of that. So the U.S. would have to commit more destabilizing effects and interfere more in more proxy wars across the world to provide stabilization. And, if we're stretched too thin, I hope your children like war because they're probably going to be forced into that construct of joining the military and providing that economic stability and that military stability throughout many regions around the globe.
Yeah, so
it's all because of the fact that we put ourselves in a position where we didn't allow the world to meet us at the level that we were at. We had the ability at one point in time to be a producer, and then instead of being a producer, we became a consumer. And when we became a consumer, everybody was able to eat. But it was fucking up the value of the money. Now, you see people trying to constrict and try to bring value back. Now you see them interfering with everybody's ability to eat. That's what you're seeing happening right now. So they're gonna have to go through the birth pains. This isn't something that could be avoided. It has to happen.
And this is what I'm saying. We assume like a 20 years. Like we gotta hyper focus on the now in this circuit, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? I think we can.
Yeah, I'm
not saying now. Can I hear me out?
Agreement with that, yes.
Hear me out. I'm not disagreeing. So I agree. Yes, you should have a plan A, B, C, and D, and all the way to Z. Fuck it. Add different versions if you need to. I'm not saying you shouldn't plan. Always plan. Be strategic. But at the same time, just this natural, I'm not saying maybe you in particular, just this natural assumption of 20 years. I mean, people think this is just going to just stop. And I think, honestly, Israel will pull the trigger first.
You know what,
We're not seeing that.
No, we are seeing that. Because if you
that's what I said. It's not like we're not seeing that. We are seeing that.
We're seeing, exactly. Because every time some weird shit happens, they always blame. They're like, look, this isn't what we wanted to do, but if we didn't do it, Israel's gonna do some more radical shit. The weird thing that's happening right now that nobody seems to want to say out loud is that this is the first time that we're hearing Israel actually admit that they got nukes. Like,
brother, we've been known that.
No. I'm not talking about.
He's saying publicly on a public stage.
Yeah, exactly, because Trump said himself the reason why he did what he did is because Israel said if we didn't get involved, they were gonna nuke Iran. That's what he said. And then
who said this? It's very powerful.
Israel never said anything like this.
No, I did not say that Israel
never said.
I did not say that Israel said that.
You said that Israel admitted.
No, listen, bro. There's 2 ears to hear, 2 eyes to see,
I
and
know,
1 mouth
and
to
1
talk.
to speak.
So
and you said that
what you
Israel
should do
just
What
on
you just said is Israel
What you should do is use your 2 years. Use your 2 years.
Dude, relax. You just said Israel said it. It's not Israel.
Guys, just let him
All right. Daniel, you can respond after Crisis. Crisis, go ahead, land your point. Daniel, you can respond.
When Trump was talking about this whole conflict, he was talking about why they did it. He tried to take ownership for it and said, "Oh, we're the one that pressed them." And then we found out that that wasn't the case. He said it in the news media first, saying that, "Well, no, we're actually the ones that pressed Israel to do it." And then later on, it comes out that wasn't the case. It was actually Israel claiming that if we didn't intervene, they would nuke it. Now, here's the thing. Every time you see a potential, who the fuck keeps coming in to interrupt it? To keep us in. It's not the so-called terrorists who are doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, we see what's happening. We see what's happening. And if you don't see what's happening, you're either willfully doing it or you're just woefully uninformed.
Okay, Dan, go ahead.
Just it started from this conversation that Israel muted, and then basically he said that Trump maybe said, someone said that we will nuke. Israel never said that Israel would never nuke Iran. And this is the proof, because someone said that we said that we're gonna nuke someone. Come on. And to be honest, Israel is the one that wants to pull out of this war, and we stay there because we are teams with the United States. So as long as the United States are there, we'll.
That's bullshit. To the 1,000th degree.
Bro, I'm glad you said it instead of me. If I said it, I would have sounded like
I couldn't even let the air be.
Okay, so I can justify it. Our military objectives has been met. Okay, we have enough to do in Lebanon and in Yemen and in Gaza. We have something to do, and this is not our focus right now. So if you can prove to me why is it in Israel's interest to continue this war, tell me.
Get them truth. It's an hour.
Get it what?
I mean, Daniel, I really don't know at this point if you're trying to convince us or you're trying to convince yourself. Like, you just said it. You said you
just answer to the point. Otherwise, I'm not really interested in this.
Well, if you can let me answer the question.
If I'm trying to convince myself, maybe you are the guy.
All right, I'm going to slow this, and that's it. Daniel, whoever, I don't care, who is supposed to be going first?
Truth is talking right now.
Finish your point, Daniel. You can respond, man. This is his house, right? Like, he doesn't like that. He likes the arguments, and I'll let you fucking fight each other. I really don't care. I'm all about that shit.
I'm not here to fight. I'm here to have a conversation.
No, Daniel, but it's been a good conversation, and I want you to stay, and I want you to partake, and I want you to provide the ballot. I'm moderating this. I'm not fucking trying to engage on it. So just like hold some decorum. Just kind of go back and forth, man. Just go point for point and just have that debate, man. Old school, like old clubhouse days. Let's have that old clubhouse day. All right, go ahead.
All right, cool. So, obviously, you've been speaking for quite a while. No one interrupted you, so I would appreciate if you don't interrupt me whilst I respond. You made that statement that the USA is only at war currently. Israel is only at war. The USA is, which is ridiculous, and literally everyone's reaction should tell you as much. And we are, we can go into the history if you want. We can discuss this at however much length you would want. But the point is quite simple. As of today, right now, the USA was brokering a ceasefire deal with Iran, whereas Israel is continuing to bomb Lebanon. Why do you think that is? Because you just said Israel is only at because the USA is. Well, if the USA is trying to broker a ceasefire, why is Israel bombing Lebanon, Daniel?
Did you listen to anything that I said? So I will repeat it. Maybe you guys didn't understand. I said that the Israel is currently, now, as on this moment, still in this war, is because the United States is still at this war. I said that Israel has enough on their plate dealing with Lebanon and Yemen and Gaza. We are stretched out, and we could do fine if this war will end tomorrow, basically, okay? Our military objectives in Iran have been accomplished. That was my point. And the reason that we are staying there is because our partners, our allies, the United States, are still there for the Hormuz and for whatnot, okay?
What were your objectives in Iran?
To remove the threat of, or at least to deter it, of the nuclear threat, which means to take down the chain of production and everything from the materials to the assembly to the nuclear reactors, everything, and same for the ballistic missile program, from material to assembly.
We both agree that the enriched uranium is still in Iran, right?
Yes, but that was not an objective to take it out for Israel.
You just said it was.
Listen, in order to
literally just said it was.
It's something that we want. It's not something that we will with bombings. As the Israeli public, there will not be a justification to continue.
Fine. So you haven't achieved that military objective. So you just made it.
There's always a list of military objectives, and they are always prioritized.
Okay, so let's go through them one by one. So
we don't know them one by one because what we heard is only.
No. We should be able to go. We should be able to go through them one by one.
Listen, I go through them one by one.
We don't know all of them.
Well, guys,
if you don't know one of them, how can you say?
Listen, 1 second. I have the documents of the order itself, okay? Part of it are redacted. You do not know all the objectives, and the objectives I can.
So therefore, you cannot say they have been achieved then, right?
I can see what was public and what you know, okay? Let's say...
This is not the third question, Daniel. Do you know what the objectives are? And we can go through them one by one.
Oh my God. I'm just saying, listen, guys. A war is, I don't, for us to keep engaging in flying all the way to Tehran twice a day in 100 to 200 planes, okay? This is something that is stretching the army, while we are now needing to fight also full force in Lebanon and in Yemen. So military objectives, this could wait. Our military objective that was with the imminent threat was the ballistic missiles, first of all, after we saw the 12-day war, the damage that they caused, and of course the nuclear, what we can continue doing there to take them another decade or two back. That is our main objectives. While we are there, you are adding all kinds, but once the main objectives are gone, no, you can say that you met the objectives of your military objectives of the war. Taking out the IRGC is not a military objective. That was my point.
What is the military objective in your mind?
Something you can do with bombs.
No, what is the full military objective in your mind?
So what were the objectives that were accomplished? That is a simple question.
What is the full military
So are you asking what Israel's objectives were that the state did on set?
Removing a threat, for example, okay? Removing a threat is a military objective.
Okay.
So the question was, what was Israel's objectives as stated by Bibi Netanyahu?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I want to know what that said. What did he say the objectives were?
The ballistic...
There was a half a dozen of them. Stop the nuclear progress, reduce the capabilities of the missile and drones, remove existential threats. This was the core objective of them, which was the ballistic missile drone program and potential nuclear capability. Stop the nuclear progress and weaken or collapse the Iranian regime. It was more along the lines to redirect the regime, is what Bibi said. I'm going off of what translated, so forgive me if I don't say it correctly.
These objectives have been accomplished. Why is the USA trying to broker a ceasefire?
Between who? The U.S. is doing a ceasefire not between Israel and Iran. They're not brokering. Pakistan is brokering. They are part of the ceasefire. They are one part.
Why is the USA negotiating a ceasefire with Iran if the so-called objectives have been accomplished, and
Israel objectives.
And
This is what I say. Because I said it's Israel. Okay, there are two parties here fighting together against Iran, the United States and Israel. I'm saying that Israel's objectives, military objectives, have been met. And the reason that the Israeli is there is because of the United States. And they're negotiating because they have their objectives, but as long as they are fighting, we are fighting along them, even though our objectives are
Daniel, did you know the USA in Iraq?
No, hold up, Daniel.
Okay,
Did you know that Lebanon?
Guys, we really have to have one mic because everybody can't hear if you're talking over each other.
Chris, can you ask your question to Daniel, and then Daniel answer?
Daniel, did you know that as a part of this particular this peace treaty, this recent one, I'm not talking about any peace treaty before this. I'm talking about the most recent one. Did you know that Lebanon was not a part of that?
Yes, of course not. Lebanon is not
part
of
it. Hold on. Why was it not a part of it?
Why would it be? Lebanon is not Iran.
So I want you to answer for the audience. Why was Lebanon not a part of this most recent?
Because Lebanon is a different country that attacked separately. It has nothing to do with Iran.
Okay. So now I want everybody to understand that the reason why they didn't allow Lebanon to be a part of this peace treaty.
Lebanon, yes, not Hezbollah. Hezbollah is a terror organization, not a country.
The reason why they didn't allow Lebanon to be a part of this peace treaty is because internationally they still recognize Hezbollah as a terrorist organization. So what they're saying is, Iran, we'll work with you on a peace treaty, but these motherfuckers that y'all are funding are considered terrorists on the international stage. So because of that, we're not gonna stop Israel from doing what they're doing. Now, mind you, here's what I'm gonna say to you, brother. I don't agree with the way that Israel does what they do. I don't agree with it. However, I'm not gonna act like as if I'm not understanding the way they're playing the game on an international level. They're playing the game on an international.
It's not a game, dude. It's not a game. And you think that why would we have a ceasefire or a peace deal with a terror organization? I mean, I'm not really sure what is your argument. We need to take them down. It's a terror organization and we need to eradicate it. It's very simple. I don't understand what you're talking about here. The two play in a game and ceasefire and peace deals with fucking Hezbollah. What are you talking about?
If you are considered to be a part of a terrorist organization, the U.S. already said that you're not a part of this negotiation. So because of that, they're going to let Israel keep doing what they're doing.
What do you mean let Israel, dude? Who the fuck do you think you are? Lebanon is on our border.
Now you're having a whole different. Now you're having.
No, I think you're missing the entire point. I think you don't understand. Lebanon attacked Israel, okay? Not United. United States has nothing to do with this.
It's a whole different argument, bro.
No, I'm really sure.
No, it's a whole different argument.
You don't understand, I think, the dynamics here.
I know.
One reason.
For a second, with him for a second.
He doesn't understand.
I understand. Chris.
No problem. There are two to speak. That's all I want to know.
Anyway, please, you just got on stage. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, no problem. I'll wait like 5 people. I just wanted to know.
Yeah, let me just go real quick. First of all, Chris, is your name Chris? Yeah.
Actually, my name is Prices, but yeah.
Right.
That's actually my real name, by the way.
Sure. I'm going to call you Chris. I don't want to insult Chris.
No, that's not my name. Tell me about my real name. Tell me about my real name. My real name is... No, that's on my social security crisis. Tell me about my real name.
So listen, that Lebanon is a separate country. It's a different identity. It's recognized different than the UN. It has nothing to do. They have their own governing body. And their governing body allowed a terrorist organization come on their land.
take over their land. If I'm not mistaken, they took over south of Lebanon, Daniel. Is that correct?
Yes, mostly they operate on
Mostly
the south of the Litani.
Lebanon?
Yeah.
Yes. It was taken over by a terrorist organization. And the government themselves retreated, went back. Now imagine a team coming to a region of America, taking over American government retreats, says, you know what, you take that part. We're not going to deal with it. We don't want to go into war with you. We don't want to risk our soldiers fucking trying to get this land. Just keep it. And what they
let's talk about how they existed, how they came to creation.
Hold on,
right?
hold on. Let's go.
They didn't just exist.
Over tick for time.
You're not gonna win this, Jules. Don't worry.
Yeah. So they took over, and the Lebanese government on their territory decided not to do nothing about a terrorist organization that is now shooting rockets at a different government, at a different country that is recognized by the UN and everything, and that is a declaration of war. I'm sorry to say. So now if MS-13 took over a part of, well, in America, it's funny because I'm going to have to use either Canada or Mexico as a reference, and these countries are both pussies. But imagine from America, a country, part of America, rockets will be flying to America or Mexico. Do you think they're going to take it as a declaration of war between the countries?
You literally think that what you're saying is making your point. The reality is, what I just said. What I just said is that the ceasefire was not between the U.S. and Lebanon. It was between the U.S. They told them that it has nothing to do with what's happening in Lebanon. That's the reason why Israel kept bombing. Now, mind you, I'm gonna give you this analogy. Don't make me defend LeBron James when I believe that Michael Jordan is the greatest player of all time. Because I don't believe that LeBron James is the greatest player of all time. But I'm not gonna sit here and deny the stats. The reality is, with the stats, this is not a winnable argument for you, because Lebanon was not a part of the peace agreement for the ceasefire.
It's a different war. It's a different war. Russia and Ukraine were not part of it.
That's the reason why they getting bombed.
Yes, because it's not part of the war, dude. That's what you're missing. It's like saying Russia was not part of the ceasefire.
Y'all are missing.
Why you
it's a different war. Of course it has nothing to do with the ceasefire. Same as Ukraine has nothing to do with the ceasefire in Iran.
Why the fuck is Iran now mad at the fact that they started bombing Lebanon again?
Because Iran wants it to be, because Hezbollah is a proxy of Iran. They took over a country, Lebanon. That should be a problem. Not the problem that Israel cannot eradicate this cancer. So the problem is Iran illegally conquering Iraq and Lebanon and back then Syria and using them for terrorism. And those people are paying the price, Lebanon. And if you care for Lebanon, you should speak out, not now, when Israel is now had enough. They started firing, forget back then, but since October 8th, they've been firing at us. And now they joined during the war because Khamenei was killed. They're a proxy of Iran. So that should be a problem.
Christ. So, and no one else is very beautiful.
Can I get in there after?
Yeah, you're going right next to me. It's something very beautiful. There's a video, a guy reporting how there's two parts of Lebanon. He's standing on a mountain. How there's one completely demolished part, and that's the one that is the radical Muslims. And then there's the fully intact buildings that are Lebanese Christians. How carefully the operations are being operated there. They're not touching the Lebanese Christians. They went for the radical Muslims. They completely annihilated the whole fucking village. It's such a beautiful video. You should actually find it. There's a guy literally standing on a mountain and recording how one place is fully attached. The other place is completely annihilated. But go on.
Yeah,
the point that you just made, the point you just made, I get that. What I'm saying to you is that was not a part of this ceasefire. The ceasefire had nothing to do with Lebanon. They actually rejected the Lebanon part. That's the reason while you still see fire happening. So how are you not seeing that part?
For us, it's obvious that it's just obvious that Lebanon is not part of it.
You might not agree with me. You might not agree with me.
No, it just means that for us it's completely normal that Hezbollah is not part of it.
This is between two people, not five. If you're not speaking to the other one person, please stay on mute because it messes up the audio for the room. So, Crisis, are you done? Can we move on?
Absolutely. I already made my point.
We want to thank you. We want to respect the people that have been on stage.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
have not had an opportunity to speak. And I know Cairo has been wanting to get in. So
you just keep muting people talking, right? You want to mute people who criticize Israel.
Let's move on to where there is a level of intellect that can take us further.
Because you don't want anyone criticizing Israel, right?
Okay, well, she's giving y'all the space to speak. Just speak.
Can you stay on mute if you're not speaking because it messes up the audio of the room? Don't get your panties in a bunch. It's not that big deal. You can unmute. You've got a finger. Okay, go ahead, Cairo.
Everyone's been discussing this for a few hours.
I'm going to wait for him to be done talking.
Yes, he's going to sit out for a little while. Go ahead.
First, I want to start by thanking the mods for giving me a chance to speak in your rooms. Obviously, you guys control who speaks and who doesn't speak. So, thank you guys for giving me a chance to speak. I'm going to start by both. I'm going to say in the beginning, I am about to criticize Lebanon and Israel. Both. First, Hezbollah, Shaitan, are they a terrorist regime, a terrorist entity? Yes, they are. The IOF, are they a terrorist regime, terrorist entity? Yes, they are. Now, why is Lebanon not a part of this ceasefire? Well, let's take the words from Israeli ministers and their prime minister and their rabbis. They want to control parts of southern Lebanon as they have a goal for their Greater Israel project. That's just the words that are coming out of their mouths. They have come in, and somebody said, hey, these people, they came in and they took over Lebanon, these Hezbollah, they're from there, they're from that region. How did it start? By the occupation of Lebanon, and the people that fought back, they became Hezbollah. That's just the reality. People, they were invaded, and now they became, to defend their land, they commit terrorism, but they also are defending their land. Israel has come in, they have bulldozed homes, bulldozed olive fields, broken down churches. This is a reality. They are not only are they just bombing places, they are coming in. They're actually, rabbis have came on video saying we are planting trees to show that these are now Israel's roots. We are building roots in these lands. They want the land. It's the reality. It's the facts on the ground. What's happening. So Israel has a goal. They do not want Lebanon to be a part of this ceasefire because they want to control parts of southern Lebanon, and just the reality of the fact. So they'll say, hey, even if we weaken Iran, by weakening Iran, it will weaken Hezbollah. So obviously Hezbollah is a proxy of Iran. So with a weaker Iran, now they can start moving on to their goal and taking parts of Lebanon. Now I am 100%, I am against Hezbollah, and I'm 100% definitely against the IOF. So yes, Israel will not allow Lebanon to be a part of this ceasefire plan. As we know, usually what we've all been noticing since 2023, that majority of the time what Israel wants, America's going to let them have it. Their goal is, well, I'm not going to say America's goal, but their idea is, hey, Israel is our ally, whatever that means, so we're just going to let them do whatever they want in the region. So what the reality of what's going to happen is Israel's going to continue to bomb Lebanon. They also have stated that, hey, we want to turn southern Lebanon into Khan Yunis. They want to, what is Khan Yunis? It's a part of Gaza that they have fully demolished. So this is what they want to do because they want the land. They're going to say, hey, we're going to call it a buffer zone. But buffer zones, I mean, you wouldn't be planting trees and kicking people out of their homes. And I'm going to finish off by saying this. Don't expect Lebanon, to the people in here, to be a part of this ceasefire goal, as we have a oppressive terrorist regime. As we see what they're doing in the West Bank, they're kicking people out of their homes, they're killing people. And what they've done to Gaza, we have all seen. and this is continue going to happen. If somebody wants to respond to what I say, and then I'll respond to you as well.
Please.
Go ahead.
Okay, so when Lebanon, a governing body over Lebanon, decides, you know what, the land that the terrorists, I'm going to call them because we know they're terrorists, or the Hezbollah organization takes over, meaning they stole the land from the Lebanese government, because the Lebanese government now is not governing on the southern border of Lebanon. So Lebanon lost their land to terrorists. That's what's happening right now. And so what's happening now, there's a militia, terrorist group, whatever you want to call it, now is a different identity that is governing that part of that area, and now is causing a regional chaos by shooting in rockets. So when a governing body like Israel is getting rockets sent into their country, what do you think? They're going to be just shooting them down constantly because they're fucking people? No, these are animals. You got to eliminate a fucking vicious dog. If a dog keeps biting you, you're not going to say, you know what, let's build a bigger fence or something like that. No, you put the dog down. As I said, there's a video how you see the Muslim part of Lebanon, the guy's on a video, and then there's a Christian part that is fully intact, the buildings off a mountain, showing how there's two regions, because even the Lebanese Christians and Muslims, they don't really want to mix together. That it's fully intact, the Christian part. But the Islamic part, where all the rockets are standing that were shot out, yes, it was taken out. Because if the Lebanese government is not doing nothing about their territory that they're supposed to govern, somebody's going to come in and deal with it. If my son keeps getting bit by my neighbor's dog and the police or anybody else is not going to intervene in it, I'm going to have to take it into my own hands because I don't want my son to get bitten by a dog.
Yeah, but your neighbor loves the dog because your son goes in and beats up
I'll respond to it on my property because the rockets flying to Israel.
You need to speak that though, Rafi.
Can I respond to Rafi?
It's between Rafi and Cairo. Thank you.
Yeah, Rafi.
Yeah, sure, okay. Make sure no one speaks anything about Israel, all right? That's your
Don't worry, Brad. Truth, you've heard me speaking about Israel.
Wait, hold on.
No, make sure no one says anything.
Hey. All she did was give the one-on-one. She didn't interfere with you. You can wait your freaking turn.
No, she muted everyone. She has muted everyone.
She can mute everybody. She's just doing the
Respectfully, she
stage.
hasn't muted me, so I just gotta call her speak. I gotta be honest. And I have criticized Israel, and I'm gonna criticize her more.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you all. First, Sig is tied up right now, but overall, this is his room. Like, we're running it how he wants it. His rules, his board. So if it's a one-on-one between two people, Sig always lets this go through.
When you and Sig were running it, it was fine. But all of a sudden, people are being muted. But it's fine, it's cool. We won't criticize Israel. Okay,
because you're leaving your mic
you don't need to explain it. You don't need to explain it. We all understand.
Like, you've been talking.
Shush.
Okay, it's okay.
Truth, can you let me respond to you?
Wait, you leave your mic open. You leave your mic open even when you're not talking, so you can jump in. And when you do that, it ruins the audio for other people. So let's not be selfish. Consider others. And it was a one-on-one conversation. Cairo just got to the stage and just started speaking. So if you would be so kind, be patient with Cairo and Ralphie. They're pretty new to the stage. Thank you.
Yeah, this Rafi made a point. Lebanon, they took over the country. I'm going to give you an analogy. If Mexico invaded Texas and the rest of America left Texas for dead, and Texas said, hey, fine, we're going to arm ourselves, whether we know where they got their arms from, they're a proxy of Iran, and we're going to defend our land. That's the reality of what's happening now. Are they a terrorist regime? Yes, they are. We've seen what they've done to Syria. We've seen what they've done in Iraq. Is Israel a terrorist regime? Yes, they are. We've seen the brutal occupation of the Palestinians, and what have they been doing? So now you said, hey, if my neighbor's dog keeps biting my son, I'm not going to let it happen. If your son was throwing slingshots at a dog and keeps whipping rocks at that dog every day, throwing rocks at it, harassing that dog, and then he breaks out of his leash or his cage and bites your son, it's for a reason. So now you could say, hey, we're going to put down this dirty, nasty dog, but on the other side, there's a dirty, nasty rat that keeps eating people's food and taking their stuff and coming in. It's just a reality. So if you said, hey, we're going to fight these people, that's what we want to do, you wouldn't be bulldozing Christian villages, Muslim villages, and now planting things to show people, and you wouldn't have rabbis walking the streets with Israeli protection soldiers, rabbis screaming at the top of their lungs, this is now our land. This is the reality. This is what's happening. So now, these people one side has a wolf. There's two terrorists fighting. One side is protecting their lands and their roots, and the other one wants to kick these people out of their land and their roots and take over. You can respond, Rafi.
So, you said the IDF is protecting the rabbis. You're very ignorant, for so not everybody's a rabbi. The IDF protects everybody on Israeli soil, on that territory of Israel. First of all, let's start with that. And again, what do you mean that the throwing in rockets or beating the dog? Who started throwing in rockets first? Regular civilians. Israel?
Yes.
And where can you show me that?
Yes, no problem. There's something called the Dahia Doctrine. In the 80s, when they were fighting this war against Lebanon, Israel said, hey, we are gonna...
Okay, 80s.
No problem. I didn't interrupt you, Rafi. Thank you. Because you said what started this, so we have to go from the start. So when Israel came into Lebanon and they were fighting this war, Israel didn't expect this Lebanese militia, Hezbollah, to fight back the way they did. So they came with a new objective. They said, hey, we're going to fight this in a different way. Anybody can Google this right now. It's called the Dahia Doctrine. We're going to make the civilian population suffer by bombing them to try to make the Lebanese civilians turn on this militia. Hey, you guys are going to continue to suffer if you don't turn against Hezbollah, this terrorist regime. Now, that doesn't deny the fact that the other side is terrorist regime. And you said, hey, it's not just rabbis they're defending, the IOF defends all of Israelis. But in this video, rabbis they're not in their own country of Israel. They're in Lebanon being protected by this military. I don't know if you want to call them military, by these terrorists. They're being protected by these terrorists while these rabbis preach and say, this is now our land. Go ahead, Rafi.
Well, first of all,
Let me hear after Rafi, please.
I'm going to give it to Daniel, too, after me, because Daniel would know the timelines a lot better than me. I'm not really good with timelines. I'll admit it right away.
Oh, in that case, let me get...
Okay. Daniel, if you're here, can you help out with the timeline with this war that you're talking about? And again, you mentioned something that Israel said that, you said when Hezbollah took over Lebanon and they started throwing in rockets, that's when Lebanon lost the territory, that region, by allowing them. So again, I'm going to use another example. As a Canadian, if I start throwing in rockets, I come in as a Russian government and I take over a part of Canada that is neighboring with the US, and Canada doesn't do nothing about me throwing fucking rockets into fucking the US. What do you think the US's response gonna be on the territory where I'm located in Canada? What do you think the US is gonna do if I start shooting in rockets from Canada, taking over a part of a certain area? What do you think America's reaction should be?
Oh, you're leaving that for me? Okay, no problem. Yeah, Israel is gonna fight back, but you asked.
No, I'm
gonna correct the history.
I didn't
correct the history here for a second?
Yes.
No problem. Can I just finish speaking while it's my turn?
So you're referencing Sabra and Shatila, which
isn't it my turn to speak?
I just was correcting the history.
You're
referencing Sabra and Shatila, which was wrongfully accused
at
war of the Israelis, and as a result, after they wrongfully accused the Israelis, Ariel Sharon sued Time magazine for defamation, and you can look at the lawsuit for wrongfully accusing Israel for instigating for instigating Sabra and Shatila, which they did not do, and Time magazine ended up...
Can you hold on a second? There was like a one-on-one. I'll let you go after them. I wasn't by my phone. I was carrying up fucking laundry. I still can't figure out how I short this shirt. But This is why I don't do laundry this way.
You can wash it with cold water. May that help.
I usually just wash it in the sink and then hang it. But Abby, can you just hold that?
Yeah, I'll hold it and I'll explain sovereignty till.
Thank you. So go ahead.
Daniel couldn't answer in the chat, so that's why Abby was trying to fill in the blanks that Ralphie was asking Daniel.
Yeah, and
I asked for help on the timeline.
No problem.
I was adding the help.
Go ahead, Pyro.
No, just let you know what, Abby. Just finish your point, and then I'll go. Go ahead.
Yeah, they were wrongfully accused. They were Christian militia that went in and attacked two villages, Sabra and Shatila, which were Palestinian villages. They wrongfully accused the Israeli being complicit and involved in those attacks. That accusation ended up being a false accusation, and to amplify the falsity of the accusation, the Ariel Sharon at the time, who was head of the military defense minister, I believe at the time, someone can correct me, sued Time magazine in the United States for publishing a statement that said that. So at that point, all the facts surrounding the attack and the skirmish and what occurred then was brought into that lawsuit, of which Sharon prevailed. So just share that when he said who started this and why he at this point was blaming the Israelis, which in fact was debunked. Now I'm done.
Yeah, you could say they were defunct, but in fact,
In a court of law with evidence.
No, I assumed you were done speaking. Are you done? I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah, but you like the lawsuit, I'll reference it in the chat.
No problem. I'm going to take your word for it. I'm assuming you're lying.
You're assuming I'm lying? Gee,
I said
really?
I'm not assuming you're
Okay.
lying. That's what I said. That's why I said you don't have to put the lawsuit in there. I'm going to take your word for it. But that being said, yes, they were that was a proxy of the IOF that were armed by the IOF, that the IOF came to them and said, hey, fight against these people.
That's what was debunked.
No problem. I assumed you were done. I didn't, respectfully, Abby, I did not interrupt you. I understand this is passionate for a lot of people, but fair enough. So now you could say it was debunked. Yes, they won a lawsuit, but the reality is that these people were still were a proxy of the IOF. Now, what started this? What started Hezbollah, terrorist regime. But I do genuinely believe that the Hezbollah is a terrorist regime, but I also genuinely believe that the IOF is an even bigger terrorist regime. So now this terrorist regime, who were sponsoring this Christian militia, and all of this started was because of the occupation of Lebanon by the Israeli forces. Now, in the reality, this isn't even a secret anymore or a conspiracy. Ben Gvir, Smotrich, Netanyahu, IDF soldiers, their patches, they are openly promoting Greater Israel Project now. This isn't a conspiracy anymore, and a lot of people tried to frame it as a conspiracy. This is now an open ideology that they are pushing, their goal. Now, obviously, I'm against that, but the reality is this is their goal. They believe it's their land from biblical times. Cool, that's what they believe. But the reality is that Hezbollah was still started up because of the occupation of Lebanon, which and it was their lands, the Shiite militia, that were being taken. So the people whose lands are being taken are the ones that are going to fight for their land. So the reality is these people are still coming in, and if you want to say, hey, we're doing this to fight these people, and they're shooting rockets under international law, you cannot take land through war. So these people are terrorists according to international law, and they're just trying to fight people. You wouldn't be bulldozing their homes, bulldozing farmland, bulldozing olive trees, planting land, and bringing in rabbis to say this is now our land.
First of all, I don't think you even know what a rabbi is, number one. Number two, you don't know international law, and if you could want to cite what actual international law is, that would be very interesting. And number three, tell me about what life is like as a Palestinian in Lebanon. How do the Palestinians live in Lebanon?
How is their life? Are they in camps in Lebanon?
She wants to choose to deflect during her
No,
time to
I'm not
speak. It's her
deflecting.
choice.
And if the Christian militia you're saying was a proxy of Israel, you can't prove that. And in fact, that's what was debunked, and that's slanderous, and it's incorrect. But if the Christian, and I forget what the percentage is of the Christian population in Lebanon that has lost their foothold in southern Lebanon, wants to some their country back and make their country a country that is accepting of Christianity and Islam and run as a democracy, that will ultimately be the choice of Lebanon. But this, to paint this picture that a sovereign nation that has borders and has borders that need to be defensible and protected and is being shot at on a regular basis out of an uncontrolled territory that the Lebanese government have abandoned and need to take control back in their country is just a fallacy. And if you want to look at historically, Hezbollah in 1983 killed how many Americans? We could start with first the Marines of the East, and then we could talk about the embassy in Lebanon. And we can go through the litany of Hezbollah attacks throughout the Middle East on airlines, on American airlines, in Saudi, at embassies. I mean, we just go through, most of it they do by car bombs, by the way. That's their method. They like to take a car bomb into a location and just kill people. So you might want to focus on that. And one last question I actually have for you. You did say you think Hezbollah is a terrorist organization. Do you think Hamas is a terrorist organization?
I want to go after him, please.
Yeah, no problem. So it is nice when you deflected. Hey, you don't even know what a rabbi is. Hey,
you don't know what a rabbi is. How does a person become a rabbi? How does someone become a rabbi?
I'm like,
no, truth, you're not in this. How does someone become a rabbi?
Abby, let him finish first. Like, I get it, right? Just let him finish, and then you can respond to it. I don't even know how a rabbi becomes a rabbi. I don't even know how a priest becomes a priest. But of course, I'm not a religious man, so just let him finish, and then we'll go.
You're a dirty Irishman from the Rotten Hill.
Brad, you don't know how to.
Shout out to Ireland, a beautiful place. But is it my turn again?
Yes, you can go, and then Abby will respond to you. It's a one-on-one between you two. Go ahead.
No problem. So, yes, Abby, respectfully, I'm not going to make this conversation about the religious rulings of what a rabbi is or not. You have the right to believe I don't know what that is. That's up to you. You have the right to believe, hey, Cairo, you know nothing about international law. That's your right. But the reality, if you know something about international law, it is against international law to gain land through military reasons. So if you don't know that, that's up to you. So now the reality is that's what is happening. Israel, the IOS, are trying to take that land. They've said it themselves. I'm not over here to say, hey, you're a liar when they're speaking it, if they're saying it out of their own mouths and they're doing the actions, who is little old Cairo to say these people must be crazy? Well, I'd say the people denying that, in fact, must be crazy. If their actions are doing it and their words are saying it, we should believe them at that point. So now, the reality is, whether Hamas is that, we're not talking about Hamas right now. So Israel, you could say, hey, they're shooting in rockets. That's true. People shoot rockets at an occupying force that is a terrorist entity that is harassing the people trying to take their land. Now, they are shooting rockets, and Israel has been dropping missiles for over 3 decades. So I don't know what that argument is here. They're doing this. Yes, they're doing that because they are going up against a disgusting terrorist entity. So now, Abby, tell me a point. Do the terrorist Shiite militia have, at any point, do they have a right to fight over the people that are trying to occupy their land, Abby? If a terrorist is fighting another terrorist, I am against both. If you want to stand by a terrorist, that's up to you.
Israel is a sovereign nation, Cairo. It's a sovereign nation.
Terrorist nation.
It's a sovereign nation
and other countries don't
defending its
recognize.
borders with an army. It is a recognized sovereign
Can I
nation
speak in that?
defending its borders.
Finish speaking, then you go. That's the conversation. I speak, you speak. That's how conversation usually works.
I think you asked her a question and she was responding.
Fair enough. You were right, KK. I stand corrected. Thank you for that. So now the reality is, this Shiite militia, they are still going to defend their land, and you say Israel is defending their borders. Israel doesn't have strict
But
borders.
the Shiite, it's not, that was never a Shia fucking, that was
I
never
don't
a Shia
interrupt you
country.
guys. Come on, man. Can I
I'm going
finish?
to yield. The counselor will yield to Pepe.
Okay, but what's really fucking frustrating about this bullshit is, okay, is that
Okay, can I finish my
Lebanon was
alleged
never a
bullshit?
Shia. Shut your
He's a
fucking mouth. They were
So
not
now
a
you're being
Shia
disrespectful
country.
and rude, man. Come on.
Hey, Viking, don't forget me in the queue, bro.
Okay, but it was not a Shia country. Okay, they were overwhelmingly Sunni, the Muslims that existed there. Okay, but then afterwards, a lot of the rat pieces of shit Muslims had to come in, ruin. Which I'm very fond of Lebanon, primarily because I think they're beautiful people and they were Christian. You know, I am a bit biased.
They were atheists before that.
I don't give a flying fuck. Fuck your religion
That's cool. You want to be disrespectful? I'm not going to disrespect you back. There's no point in that. That's childish. So can we stick to what we're talking
you said,
about?
but they were
I'm going to
not
let you finish,
religious.
Pepe, and then I'll respond after.
Why did you bring up the point that they were not religious before that? That is literally you're trying to throw.
No, you just brought up they were Christian before that.
Somehow I cannot stand for them because they are Christians. Okay, so it doesn't matter.
I never said that. Yeah, Pepe, I'm gonna let you finish and then I'll go after you. Do you wanna? Because you did interrupt me, so I just might as well just let you finish.
No, but why you're sitting here saying that the Shia of Lebanon? Okay, the Shiites of Lebanon. Okay, now you have basically Iran implanting a lot of these pieces of shit in Lebanon. Okay, and we know the Lebanese Muslims, the Sunnis, they've always had Hezbollah as a hostile force. They've never really gotten along with them that well. Yes, there's they get along somewhat because of their mutual hate for Israel. And I will admit that, you know, the issues between the Israelis and the Palestinians spilled over into their borders. Then, you know, the Palestinians went into their country and wreaked absolute fucking havoc. But with that being said, these are not native people to Lebanon. These aren't. But you're acting like these are Lebanese people. This is fucking retarded.
Are you done?
It's an Iranian-backed proxy.
Yeah.
It's 100% Iranian proxy.
It's the same group we find in South America, interestingly enough, that are dealing with narcotics in South America. We can see all the places in the world that Hezbollah has gone with their car bombs and destroyed and killed people. I mean, there's, as I said, I could tick off the list, but it's about 40 to 50 different episodes all over the world.
No problem. Can I speak now? Are you guys done?
And you didn't answer my question. Are you a Hamas? Do you think Hamas is a terrorist organization, or do you support them?
Hey, yo, bro, did you get a chance to land?
No, obviously I didn't. I've been cut off, so I'm just gonna let them finish speaking so I can continue.
Nor did you comment about how the Palestinians live in Lebanon.
To reply to 3, 4, 20 points. You guys interrupt and talk for 5 minutes each, and then
Truth, I didn't see a moderator badge.
You're a power monger.
Yeah, big power. Big power. I get it from Pepe. It's rubs off.
in your mouth. You'll have to.
Whoa, Cairo, say your point. Say your point.
Respectfully, I've been trying to, and I'm just not here to fling mud. Oh, the people, they're people's religion. I'm putting that aside right now. If you want to get into a religious conversation, historically, which religion was there, which religion was there before that.
Has everything. It has a lot to do with
I definitely agree. I definitely agree to that.
Bro, he won't never land if y'all keep cutting him off.
Religion does have a lot to do with it. Yeah, true. So now you said these Shiites, the Shiite militia, they're not from there. They are from there because their religion is Shiism and they are against Sunnism,
There's no
doesn't
such
mean
thing
they're
as
not.
Shiism.
Oh my God!
You fucking retard.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Okay, and I don't want to call you that back, but if you don't know that's true, one of us is the retard, and it's not me. If you don't know what Shiism is. But that being said, yeah, I know. But that being said, yes, those people are native to that land. They just have a different religion. Now, the Sunnis are against the Shia militia. Yes, that is also true. But both of them have a dislike for the terrorist regime, Israel. And somebody said, hey, how do the Palestinians get treated over there? Well, how did the Palestinians get there? Okay? Because they're Palestinian, they got there because of the terrorist iOS that keeps brutally kicking people out of their land because they believe, since Pepe, you want to talk about religion, they believe that it's their land from biblical times, that Hashem gave them this land, and they believe that their whole, since Moshe Avino, if you know who that is, Pepe, that since the Torah came down at Sinai to Moshe Avino, that now this is their land, okay? This is what they believe. I'm not here to talk about people's religion. The reality is whatever religion you are, you have the right to practice your religion. I'm talking about people's action. So now the actions of this IOF is that they are a sick, twisted, demonic regime that is kicking people out of their land. And guess what? There are people that are going to fight back. There are people. 1 second.
No, that's not quite how it works.
20 seconds. Go ahead.
All right.
No, 20 seconds. I just said 20 seconds.
I'm going to stop everybody. Stop. Let him land, and then we can move on.
So now I'm putting people's religion aside. Yes, thank you. Putting people's religion aside, and so now the actions is these people are committing terrorism, and there are people that are willing to fight, willing to die, willing to stand strong for what they believe in. Although what I disagree with what they believe in, they are willing to die and fight for what they believe in. Go ahead.
So do you support Hamas? Is that what you're saying?
But you said something. You said something that's interesting. So first of all, these were not displaced Palestinians that went to Lebanon.
This is going to go after Pepe lands.
Okay, it wasn't because Israel displaced you guys. It was because you guys were fighting with Israel. Okay, then you guys ended up setting up shop in Lebanon. And that's how you guys got there. Now, do I agree that this was a spillover from Israel? Yes, I do agree there. But to pretend like these are just like innocent refugees. No, these are people that were fighting against Israel, and that's how they ended up in Lebanon. And, Israel did have to kind of step in and stop the Christians in Lebanon from absolutely massacring, all of the people that were there. I mean, it was a beautiful country. It really was a beautiful country before the Muslims came in and really fucked the place up. I mean, what does Lebanon look like now? Does anybody really want to go there now? Not really. I would have wanted to go there 50 years ago, but the place sucks. Who fucked it up?
Islam.
Did you just land, Pepe, or no?
Yeah, I landed. So go ahead.
Okay. All right, bet. So let's go back. Did the nation state of Israel agree to the Geneva Convention? The answer to that is yes. They did agree to the Geneva Convention. Now, part of that agreement of the Geneva Convention is something called law of occupation. If a country controls the land outside its borders, it's considered an occupying power. Under the fourth part of the Geneva Convention, that's the first thing. Now that we got that out the way, we can no longer have to dispute whether or not they're occupying land, because according to the Geneva Convention, that's exactly what they're doing.
What land are they occupying, Crisis?
Hold on, because Crisis, I'm just going to intervene in this one. So during the Fourth Geneva Conventions, because people think it was just like a one and done and a Tea
No,
Party.
it wasn't a one and done. It definitely wasn't a one and done.
So Israel has been in a long-standing dispute because the Geneva Convention said it would pertain to Gaza and the West Bank, and Israel has stated no, it does not, in partiality because there was also conditions of the size of Israel at that time and the restrictions they wanted to impose. So Israel did not agree this particular term, just like the U.S. has cherry-picked which parts of the Geneva Conventions it will follow.
Absolutely. And I appreciate the fact that you actually know about the part of the Geneva Convention. Now, in that Geneva Convention that he just referenced, part of the rule is that you can temporarily control territory for security reasons, but you do not own it. What does that mean? That means you cannot set up settlements because you're temporarily owning it. Now, you must protect the civilians, both sides, and you can't permanently alter the territory. Now, why is that important? That's important because we're not going to take away culpability or accountability on both sides. Both sides have some accountability to take place. However, if we're trying to look at this from a standpoint of how do we go forward, in order for it to go forward, both sides have to recognize what happened.
Crisis, I have a couple of things I want to ask you. So with respect to you using...
Can you ask me when I'm done? Is that okay?
Just define what you're saying when you speak.
I'm just pleased because I've literally been patiently not interrupting any of you. Can you ask me when I'm done, if that's okay? Okay, so when we realize what the Geneva Convention says, so now we have to ask ourselves a very pertinent question, because this question has to do with both sides of the argument. One side is claiming that they're not adhering to the Convention. That's the Palestinian side. The Israeli side is like, we've never to the terms of the Geneva Convention. So what we're doing is not going against what we believe in because we never agreed to the Geneva Convention. So now everybody who existed after 1940, what is it, 48? Or 48 or 47? Everybody who existed after the creation of the state. And if you're not alive, if you're not old enough to be saying that you existed before the creation of the state, then you need to ask yourself, do you believe according to the Geneva Convention? Because if you don't, then that means that there is a grounds for conversation to be had.
So, Crisis, I have a couple questions now that you said this. No, because you need to define some stuff. Hold on. You need to define what you're talking about.
I did not land. Hey, understand what I'm talking about?
So, Crisis, real quick, brother. With all due respect, and I appreciate your respecting and patience, but sometimes people do want you just to define a couple things so they're clear, and then that way they can make sure they follow your point.
All right, okay.
So she's going to do that, and then you're going to get the mic back to... Yeah,
I'm not trying to be debating you. I'm asking you to define something. Because you're talking in generality.
I got you, sister. Go ahead.
Okay, so with respect to, you use the term occupying, could you define what territory in particular you're talking about in occupying? And when you define that, if you are talking with respect to the West Bank, will you talk about areas A, B, and C and the Oslo Accords in your definition of occupation? So with referencing the agreement of the Oslo Accords.
You mean after the Oslo Accords?
Yes. Can you tell me, when you talk about occupation, can you define what specific territories? Whether you're talking about, well, we know they're not in Gaza because they left Gaza in 2005. So if you're talking about the West Bank, which I assume that's what you're talking about, can you define whether you're talking about A, B, or C when you're talking about occupying. I just wanted you to clarify.
Okay, so part of it is the C, not necessarily A. You know what I mean? Because there was Israeli settlements that were set up early, like before they were able to really define the land. We're not talking about that. You know what I mean? We're talking about the land that was gained through military operation, specifically. Any land that was gained through military...
Wait, I think you might be confused. Area A is completely controlled by the PA. There's no Jews there. That's Ramallah. There's no Jews.
I didn't say area A.
You said A, so I was just correct.
No, I really didn't. I said C.
I could have sworn you said A.
You did say A, but you also said C. You said A, but then you
said there were settlements on A, and I'm telling you A is...
No, I'm referring to area C.
Okay, thank you.
Area C is what... So now the question then becomes, because of the fact that they never officially agreed to the Geneva Convention, does that mean that that area would still fall under it? Now, their point system, I get it, they're a sovereign land, and if their official stance is fuck the Geneva Convention, then they're doing whatever they're doing, and that means that they become what is called a rogue state.
Well, but the United States, you just heard from Brad, and Brad can give you the specifics if you want to talk about what clause and what articles the United States has agreed to. Many nations have cherry-picked the convention. But do you recognize the Oslo Accords as a valid agreement?
Absolutely.
Okay. So again, back to my question on occupation, you're primarily talking about whether the settlements in Area C. We're not talking about Gaza because there's no settlements in Gaza.
No, Israel already occupied the West Bank and Gaza.
But they're not in Gaza since 2005.
After the 6-Day War, they already occupied those lands.
But then they left Gaza in 2005, and after the 6-Day War, they gave Egypt back Sinai, correct?
Right, but was it Egypt's to reclaim? Because that wasn't promised.
The Sinai?
That wasn't promised.
Who do you think should have the Sinai? Think Israel should have it back?
Now we have to go. Now we're looking back to what was promised to those people who decided. Oh, was it World War I?
60.
No. No, that's not what I'm referring to. I'm talking about what the grievance is. The grievance was that they fought against the Ottoman Empire and land, and they didn't get the land. So now from that,
the Ottoman Empire is gone, and you had a British and
the British man.
Cairo, if you're not understanding it.
I'm not Cairo. I don't know what you're talking about.
My understanding. You have a Palestine that is a okay, we can look at the Ottoman, in the English. They were never a sovereign state.
Nobody's
We're not sovereign.
they never had a monarch. They never.
Nobody. Like for one, how Palestine has been a sovereign state.
They weren't.
No, they couldn't. No, what I'm saying what I'm saying is that even though they weren't a sovereign state, the region, for the people who chose to fight on the side of the British.
The time. Hold on. The Jews that holy shit.
I want to ask you.
All of this stuff. Side of the British.
Many of them fought along with the British.
Because that's what they're bound for.
I'm not saying along with them.
Yeah, but we're talking about after that, Bima.
Yeah.
But he's not.
Right,
He's talking about.
I'm talking about before.
Right, when they were told.
Bima, we're talking about we're talking about a couple decades after that.
You're not. When was the That was in 1917. Bima. Israel was established in 48. There was a British mandate in between.
Okay.
We're talking about
a lot of history happening in between. That's what Pepe's trying to say.
We're after World War I. What I'm saying to y'all is there's a lot of gray area that was intentionally created on both sides. That's a reason.
Both sides? What are both sides?
One was the side that was promised for fighting. The other is the side that was promised because they were trying to get land. Now, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you, Pepe. Do you know what other locations that were looked at?
Madagascar. Yeah, Madagascar. All of that shit. I've heard it a million times. Now, but
why were those lands considered? Why do you think those lands were considered?
Because they needed it. This is where this starts to be very disingenuous.
This is a very easy question.
No. Shut your fucking mouth and let me answer.
Bro, we can be civilized.
In fact, I'm a moderator. I'm about to mute your dumb ass so I can answer the fucking question.
Mute me. I'm not being disrespectful.
Okay, then shut the fuck up so I can answer the fucking question.
You don't have to curse at me. It's okay.
Okay, my apologies for cursing. Let me ask the question, or answer the question. Now, okay, so we can look at the persecution of Jews in, basically wherever they were in the diaspora. They got persecuted really, they had good times, they had bad times. It was very hit or miss. Now, in Europe, obviously they were experiencing a lot of bad times when these, particularly Jews and then that were in the diaspora that were located in Europe, wanted to have their own state, which I would say served more as a safety valve where they can kind of exist amongst themselves and not be persecuted. For me personally, I believe it was literally they were just trying to exist. They're just trying to.
May I ask you a question?
Trying to be safe.
May I ask you a question?
What?
Do you know where a lot of Jews went after World War I and after World War II?
They went all over. The largest diaspora of them are in America.
They went all over the world. What particular Jews are you asking about? Because I'll tell you.
And actually, I hope you can tell me which ones went to the Caribbean and then to South America.
Jews that went to ones that went to South America.
That predates World War II. You fucking retard.
No, it's not. It doesn't predate World War II.
Yeah, it does, you stupid motherfucker. You're talking about the Sephardic Jews.
It's okay. It's okay.
No, you're talking the Sephardic Jews that ended up.
It went to Venezuela. There is a big Egyptian community after they got expelled from Egypt.
Right.
I mean, what do you want to know about the ones that went to Australia? Would you like to know about the ones that went to? I mean, are you kidding, right?
Why was
all over the world?
Why was Uganda a part of the idea of where they can?
I don't know. Are you an Idi Amin fan or something? Uganda's not an issue.
I'm not.
Last I checked, Uganda's not in the Bible. Is it in the Bible?
Why was Uganda considered though?
It was not considered as a serious alternative. They were looking for a safe place, and it was.
Once again, Cairo. I'm trying
to.
This is where Cairo.
Who the fuck is Cairo, bro? I'm not Cairo.
And there were Jews that went to South Africa if you're looking for Africa.
I'm looking at my phone again.
Crisis, Pepe.
Crisis. Okay, I'm looking at my phone again.
Yeah, not all black people look alike and sound like that.
No. It had to do. No, I have not been able to look at my phone. Okay. Crisis. When it comes to. It's what I would consider the safety valve solution. There were Jews who needed to just get the fuck out of Dodge, and they needed to go to somewhere where they would not be persecuted.
Why did everyone hate them?
No, that's not a fair question. I mean, if you're being realistic, yeah, and that's a retarded question. And so,
wait, is it? Hold on.
No.
How many ethnicities don't have their own country? Most.
No, but that's not a fair question.
57 Muslim nations. Am I right on that?
Islam is.
That's not a ethnicity.
57 of them, and there's an Anglican church that runs
That's not what my question
Great Britain, isn't there?
Okay, truth. Here's the reality. Okay, so you have. Okay, so
that's not a fair question, by the way.
No, it is. It's actually a great question. No, shut up. It's a great question because we can look at primarily the two other Abrahamic faiths they had to live around. That is going to be the Christians and the Muslims, obviously. Now, the Muslims, they do not play nice with anybody. They really are going to use by any means necessary to get you to bend to their will and adopt their religion. Christians, particularly, and Christianity is a big before. We can look at the largest. We can look at the largest, the most powerful Christian denomination, Roman Catholicism. We absolutely thought Jews were wicked and they needed to fucking convert to Catholicism and what Jews did to Jesus and all of that. Look, this was neither group of people treated well, but then when it comes to on a group level, they were a minority. If we put religion aside, and they were different, they were kind of insular. They couldn't eat the same shit as us, so they would they kept amongst themselves. And yes, we absolutely we fucked with them all the time. I mean that is a reality. We never neither
Can I get in after Pepe again?
And I think that the Judeo-Christian term has always been farcical and retarded. Yeah, we share some stuff, but to act like we are ever friends of the Jews. No, we weren't. We were not very nice to them either. The Muslims certainly fucking weren't. But this is where I'm going to shoot across from the Jews. Is that I listen to you fucking Muslims sit here and tell us how much you guys are fucking victims and all of this bullshit. No, you guys were even worse than us.
I don't know what
you
to
guys
tell you,
were
bro.
fucking disgusting.
I'm not a Muslim though, so I don't know what to tell you.
Can I get in after Crisis? No, Chris, I just want to get in after you.
There's some new voices on the stage. It would be cool to hear some of the new voices.
Who can I get in after? No problem.
Well,
I'll wait.
See. Why don't we have some of the other people that came up that want to speak?
I'll wait 5 people. I just want so I just know when I can speak.
He can take my spot. It's cool.
I put in the chat just to
I
give
don't mind
you,
waiting.
also to give you context that, and I put from Baghdad to Cairo, Tripoli, Damascus, the Jewish communities that were there for millennium, they vanished. They're all gone overnight. But Jews had to live as second-class citizens. They pay special taxes, and they were expelled from most of those countries.
Ma'am, I don't deny none of that. I don't deny none of that.
For Muslims,
Well, look what I
I don't deny none of that. The only thing I ask is, why is it that they were willing to move whole populations from where they were to create a state?
Well, have you ever been at Crisis? Have you been to Germany? Have you ever been to camp or to Poland?
Yes.
Have you seen Auschwitz?
I'm actually from Cameroon.
Okay, so you've been to Auschwitz. You went to Poland, to Krakow,
Yes,
and you saw it. So you saw the magnitude, the sum of the extermination.
I've seen it. Have you ever been to? Have you ever Congo? Have you ever seen? Hold on.
I keep asking my question. Do you see the voluminous books?
Hold on, I was coming back.
You asked me a question. I've been to
Crisis,
Germany.
you said you were from Cameroon. What year were you in? I don't want to dot you.
I'm from 1981.
Okay, I know. Okay. Thank you. And I'm sorry if my greatest humble apologies for you and yours that hurt during.
But you asked me a question and I answered you. And you said, why would this whole population need somewhere to go? And I asked you, no, hold on, buddy. You asked why a whole population needed to go somewhere, and I tried to give you context by asking, have you ever visited a camp and saw the magnitude and saw the records that the Nazis kept on how many people they exterminated? And maybe you can understand why a group of people needed to find a new place to go. I was just explaining to you context to that to answer your question. No, I've never been to Congo. I've only been to Tanzania on a great safari, and it was fun, and I want to go back.
Crisis came.
It's the lamest fucking troll, bro.
Yeah.
How is that a troll?
Because, I mean, look, like, I know Candace Owens said it, and everybody thinks it's so brave. You know, these are low IQ retards. You think, like, if I have a Jewish boss, how am I going to upset him? I'm going to say Christ is king, and I'm going to do it on X, so everybody can see it. And that's basically me trying to stick it to my. No, that's just like, hey, my boss is a dirty fucking cunt. I'm going to go ahead and stick it to him. Like, that is worthless.
Pepe, aren't you?
Why don't you call me a nigger while you're smallest? Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Dude's literally gonna get on a soapbox. Oh, that's a corny joke. You say
I use every naked
on the internet, Pepe.
I use slurs towards everybody.
Let me explain myself. No one cares.
No, wait, no, I'm not trying to explain myself, but we're talking about Candace Owens. We're talking about Candace Owens. Why on God's green earth would you tell your Jewish fucking boss, who you make a lot of money through, who gives you a lot of exposure, why would you say Christ is king? Okay, to your Jewish fucking boss. You're literally antagonizing him. Okay, it's this. I don't know. Like Muhammad is a pedophile. This is true. If I said that to my fucking Muslim boss, that like he's gonna think I'm an absolute piece of fucking shit and want to fire me. I'm antagonizing him.
I have a question for Cairo. I had a question for Cairo. Maybe about, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes ago. Maybe more than that. Cairo, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. 1 second. Let me put on my different headphones. 1 second.
Okay, thanks.
That's all. I get a question.
Hello?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Hopefully Crisis got his question answered.
Cairo, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. You were talking about the UN violation. Anyway, back during that moment, I just wanted to refresh your memory of the type of the element of the conversation I wanted to explore again. I'm curious, what do you know about the Lebanon or the Lebanese government working with right now? Or what's your impression or understanding if they're working together, if they're accepting of what's happening, if they're, all that?
Well, I feel like do I think the Lebanese government is pro-Israel? Like, is that what you're asking me?
No, specifically, you had mentioned how you cannot take territory during war, right? You can't, right, legitimately. And so my question is what is your understanding currently of what the Lebanese government is, the correspondence with Israel? Are they working with Israel? Are they okay with Israel doing this? Do they understand?
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Or do they think that Hezbollah is a problem? Like all that.
Yes, I do believe the Lebanese government do think Hezbollah is a problem. Yes, I do definitely believe that. But they have come to the realization that, hey, this is a problem that we can't do anything about. The Lebanese military, I'm not going to say they're outgunned by Hezbollah, but it would be a disastrous moment if they both went at it. It would be destruction to their whole country. But I do believe that they are still against people that are bombing them as well, because they're still their land. They all live together. If Hezbollah is my neighbor and you shoot a missile, I'm gonna die too.
Yeah, I get that. Do you
know that they negotiated in the past with each other? Do you know about the gas?
Hezbollah is part of the government as
well.
well.
Hold on, Fima. Just to give you reference, so you understand that there is a relationship, that they entered into an agreement. They entered into an agreement over a gas line in 2022 and 23. You're familiar with that? It was a maritime dispute. Yeah, there was the maritime dispute that they entered into. The Lebanese government and the Israeli government brokered a deal. Do you know about that?
No, so they're working together. So do we have
the government, they had a maritime dispute for like 10, 15 years. But they negotiated an agreement with each other. They don't have a peace agreement like Jordan and Egypt has with Israel, or the UAE and Bahrain, and the Accord countries. But there is a peace agreement with Jordan and with Egypt. They don't have that. But the Lebanese government and all have worked with each other, and they ironed out agreements.
Yes, and I'm specifically focused on this territory that's currently during this war, from the Blue Line to the Litani River, right? I'm focused on that. We had brought up whether Israel's looking to annex that. That's from Israeli officials' mouth. That's what they think they want to do. So I'm wondering, because Cairo mentioned that this is illegitimate under UN law, right? So if this is, my question is, what does the Lebanese government about this? Because I've heard a lot about what the people who are just think about it, which, I would understand, because they've been robbed of their home and their property. But ultimately, overall, does anybody know about what the Lebanese government's take and position is with Israel, specifically from the Blue Line to the Litani River currently, right now?
Yeah, the Lebanese government is still...
Your mic is super muffled.
Hold on 1 second. How about now? Can you guys hear me now?
Slightly better, but it's like 4 out of 10.
Sorry, yeah. Do you guys want me to fix it, or should I just keep speaking?
You're good.
You're good.
Okay. So yes, the Lebanese government is also 100%. They're against Hezbollah, but although Hezbollah is part of their government, they do still have some parts of their government, but they are still against the Israeli regime coming in and occupying the land as well. The Lebanese would like to take back the land and have it all to themselves, but that doesn't mean that they're cool with another entity coming in and taking the land.
Okay, do we have any empirical data to support that? The reason I ask is because I've been told something else from somebody who's in Israel, And I'm curious, I didn't get verified information from them. Otherwise, I wouldn't be asking. I would be sharing the information. So that's why I'm asking the room. If anybody knows what the official position currently of not the party of Hezbollah, but the other parliamentary aspects.
They're in meetings now, Bima. They're actually meeting now. They're set to meet actually on Tuesday, I think, is when the two parties are going to sit down to try to hash out an agreement, and it has a positive. The perspective on it is that it's positive for the two countries.
With Israel,
and the Lebanese government, non-Hezbollah. But with the understanding that Hezbollah has been eradicated or almost eradicated. Do you understand that there was a coup? There was a coup to take over the Lebanese government.
That wasn't verified. That's not true. I did try to look up that information, but that was just a rumor.
I'm gonna put my son to bed. I'm gonna be back. I still hear you guys, but I won't be able to speak for like 20 minutes. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Cairo, for your contributions. Bima, I put some information in the chat regarding your question, and it's every time I've asked it in a different capacity, it always goes back to the UN Security Council resolution. So I put the information in the chat if you want to look it up.
No, we don't want to look it up.
Thank you. Yeah, the 17. I'm familiar with. Yes, thank you. And that's good information. The 1701 resolution. I was I'm just currently interested in what the Lebanese think right now, what their position is with this.
Their meeting. I'll put it all in the chat. They have a meeting. The ambassadors met.
I thought you were looking for officially. I didn't know you were asking for what they thought. I thought you were asking for.
Well, yeah, just instead of not like official, like something that it could be verified, like some sort of official, some sort of public statement, some sort of. Thank you, Abby. Yeah, that's what I mean by visual. Sorry, KK.
Okay. But isn't that a good thing that they are?
If they're negotiating, yeah, I would think that that's a good thing.
I mean, for the whole region.
Minus Hezbollah. I mean, I don't know how much is left.
Yeah, that's what.
For the two sides to meet without a mediator, to actually have the two sides to meet is historical. I mean, again, there was that deal with the gas lines that I mentioned, where they came to a agreement of a maritime dispute, but for the two sides now to meet and for the ambassadors to be communicating is a big deal. And it's a very big
2026 reports amidst an ongoing intense conflict. There were reports and accusations that Hezbollah was attempting to exploit political paralysis to install a political figures such as Nawaf Salam and a Zoom coup, according to some commentators and news reports.
Yeah, none of that was verified. Don't everybody speak at once.
Oh, yeah, but if we say anything, they're just going to say it's not verified or you don't believe it.
I'm trying to get you the news articles so you feel better what they're new.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I like empirical verified data, Rich. I know that you like X and Twitter posts.
You need Hezbollah to come out and verify it and say, yes, we tried a coup. We try to take over the country. That's the way the only way.
No, actually, because you want to be. Is it actually the original data came? It was from the claim was from. It was aired on an Israeli Channel 4, and that's what I looked to verify. So you're a smart ass. It was verified. If somebody could tell me that was verified,
so that Israel says that it's not true.
No, if Israel said it.
if Israel said it, right, because they're the ones who made the claim, if they said it, right, that's something for me to grasp onto as another piece of information to add to the puzzle.
Would you believe it?
If what?
I said if Al Jazeera said it, would you believe it?
If it's verifiable, can it be verified? That's it. What is so funny about that?
Bro, you just wave it away. It's just fucking ridiculous.
What, hold on, you're not even making the argument. I'm
you're
saying
just hand
you're an
waving it
idiot.
away.
You're an idiot. No, I'm not. Is it verifiable? Can it be verified? That's my entire point. What is the issue, Rich? What are you even arguing? You don't even know what you're arguing.
You've seen the Minister of Health of Iran, like multiple ministers of health in Iran report 36,000.
No, don't try to poison the well. Don't try to poison the well. Don't try to deflect. Okay, all right, Rich. You're just a horrible human being. This is your paltering. This is what you do. You love to degrade good conversation, and you like to try to condition people to not look for evidence. But it's not going to work because we're smarter than that. Sorry, Rich. Sorry, Rich. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. Clearly, I wasn't verifying the information. Clearly, I wasn't looking for the verification from Hezbollah, Rich. I wasn't looking to verify it from Hezbollah. If Israel made the claim, I just wanted to verify that that actually happened. And do you know what happens when you look, Rich? Do you know what happens when you look? You learn what's lies. And that's what I learned. I learned that something that was being perpetuated was a myth. That was a lie. It was misinformation. That's what happens when you look.
You accept that too, don't you?
The genocide in Gaza is subjective. Some people will think well, it's true. What do you mean? Well, you're laughing. Yes. It's obviously disputed if it hasn't been. If people haven't been.
You're like, well, it is a genocide.
Yeah, there hasn't been any court. Nobody's been. Oh my God. Rich, you're
He's not even worth your time. So
yes, some people will say that it's a genocide. Other people will say that it's not. It's obviously up for dispute. I personally believe, with the evidence that I have, that it's bordering yes. I do believe that. If not extreme humanitarian, it's not extreme humanitarian issues, then it borders it. That's what I put
this room's about now, Bima?
Yeah.
Hold on.
I don't know. Why don't you ask Rich, Abby?
I want to ask about the Gaza genocide. Since we're calling
bitch. It's crazy that you always have something to comment about me, but I mean, like, Rich he's a clear disruptor. He wants to palter. He wants to degrade conversation. He wants to, and nobody says anything about him. Let's just
I thought we were talking about Lebanon. I'd like to stay on Lebanon.
Yeah, so how about you address
somebody show me the numbers
and not randomly blame Bima? That was weird.
Okay, guys. Again, if it's a genocide, can somebody actually show me a number? Because numbers, we know the total deaths. But now let's start.
Abby doesn't want to talk about that. That's not what the room's about. We're talking about Lebanon.
I'm trying to keep us focused if we can.
Well, we're not talking about the title anyway, so fuck it. The conversation's moving. Anyway, so to the conversation.
Truth. Actually, I was talking to Bima about this, and so Bima, do you want to pivot or do you want to stay on Lebanon?
I bet you want to pivot off this.
No,
listen.
Hey, sweetheart, I could argue it till the cows come home with you, and you absolutely have no ability to argue something in good faith. You backpedal. I saw that yesterday or whenever it was that you. So I find you disingenuous. I've asked Bima a question if she wanted to stay on point with Lebanon or she wanted to pivot.
I think Lebanon. I think if the room wants to stay on Lebanon, we could.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let's all stay on Lebanon.
Genocide.
I mean, I'm willing to talk about anything, whatever the room wants to talk about.
Lebanon.
Can you just talk about Lebanon?
No, I think we should.
Marshall says Lebanon is Lebanon.
Let's stick to Lebanon because it's more prevalent right now and today. I think it will open some minds with that conversation.
Yeah, Gaza's already done.
Okay, just only one question. Why Israeli attacked a synagogue in Tehran 2 days ago?
Wait, we're talking about Lebanon, Soren. Sorry.
In Tehran. Why?
Oh, it's Soren. Oh, we got the IRGC here.
Abby, can you tell me why Israeli...
We're talking about Lebanon, Soren. Don't be a dick.
Do you condemn that?
Don't be a dick. We're talking about
They
Lebanon.
hired you back? I thought you lost your job. What happened?
No, this is very
Can
important.
you believe that the IRGC still has him here?
But why did they destroy
Him and Tiger need a room
Thorin,
together.
we're talking about Lebanon, not whatever the fuck you want to talk
We
about.
talk about Lebanon. Forget about the synagogue in Tehran, which was destroyed.
Yeah, forget about it, because that's not what we're fucking talking about, you damn jackass.
Man, that's so bitch ass. Don't talk to my cousin like that, hoe ass nigga.
You don't fuck with a rich. What the fuck is a rich?
Has anyone in the room been to Lebanon? Just curious. Has anyone been to Lebanon in the room?
I wish.
I was.
Everyone says it's beautiful.
Have you been to Lebanon?
No, I would love to. They used to have a major casino in Beirut, by the way.
What happened to your
Beirut
casino?
was a great. The Dubai casino's still under construction. And Soren, guess what? There's still employees there constructing every day. Every fucking day, Soren. They're still there building it. Yep. I was with the people the other night.
Good luck with that selling.
Yeah, it's gonna be gorgeous. It's gonna be big and beautiful. It's gonna be huge. It's a $5 billion project, and you know what, Soren? We're gonna make sure that all the Iranians come and drop their money there. And we're gonna all enjoy it. All the U.S. taxpayers, we're gonna enjoy the revenue of it.
What's wrong with growing that economy in that area?
Expats are already leaving Dubai. She knows it. No one's staying in Dubai.
Oh, please, this is
No, we were talking
retarded.
about what are we talking? What?
I don't know why he brought it up, which is crazy. Can we go? I just mentioned that Beirut asked me if I'd ever. I would love to go to Beirut. I heard Beirut was once incredible.
I just got back again. Like I hear 10 voices and everybody arguing, telling people to move. Who? Like, just go one at a time, man. This is all Sig's room, so like, just chill out, all right? Just let it go. Who's on the stage?
I did want to. There was a gal we used to be in rooms with here, who's Lebanese, who used to talk to us about Byblos and these beautiful beaches and these areas of Lebanon along the coast that sounded fantastic.
Okay, great. So again, what was the original topic of the conversation? Because
we're talking about
the conflict in Lebanon. Okay.
Yeah, and Soren wants to keep changing it to other subjects. We can set down.
Who's Soren?
He's the IRGC guy. Soren ripping the hours.
All right. Well, Sig allows everybody to go and speak, so I guess if he wants, he's just got to make sure he doesn't cut off anybody. So one at a time. Just follow Sig's rules.
Brad holding it down.
I was gonna say, Rich, you're a bitch.
Galaxy, soon you're gonna die of AIDS.
It's okay, you're already dead.
Y'all getting gay and sassy. Knock it off.
Listen, truth, do not start with me. Thank you.
No, I fuck with
Please
you.
start with him. Nah, he'll follow you around.
No, I fuck with McKeel, but.
All right. So yeah, let's get back on topic, guys. All right. So we South Korean? We got Soren. We got SR. So we got some new voices on stage. You guys want to chime in? I did not know your black ass was back on stage. It's all yours now.
Yeah, I didn't know he was black.
You're kidding.
Black on the outside.
Did you lose your black card?
I gave it my phone a long time ago. I didn't lose it. KK, we swapped for a couple of weeks now.
Asian.
I'm black and Sig's now white.
Hi, everyone.
What's going on, South Korea? You want to chime in? For the stage.
Hi, everyone.
How are you?
You sound like that nigga from The Simpsons.
I don't know speak English a little bit. Please understand me. This is Korea man, South Korea man. I like Trump. I like Trump. Trump is a peacemaker. Right?
Is he trolling? KK, can you translate? KK, can you translate for us?
Rich, you're next.
What? He said he doesn't speak English good.
This nigga troll.
She could translate for. He could just speak Korean.
Check his profile out. This is a troll.
Yeah, we all know he's a troll. That's why I'm trolling.
Is it Kitover?
No.
That's what I was wondering.
Yes,
Does
it's
it
linked to
sound like him?
Kitover. It's linked to Kitover. That's the club. Trump in the U.S. and it's got Kitover's picture.
Is he cosplaying Korean? He's cosplaying
No, he's a
Korean.
Korean.
Cosplayed a black woman. He's cosplayed a Korean now.
Indian?
Yes.
We got Indian? What else do we get?
He has cosplayed an Indian.
He cosplayed an Arab one time.
Oh, Lord. Why would anybody
Hold on, Johnny boy.
That was so racist. Yo, that crazy casual racist.
What was racist?
Somebody said, "Why would anyone want to do that?" When like he
be a
cosplay
Korean?
Arab.
No, why
Arab.
would anybody want to cosplay 4 or 5 different ethnicities when
You
you're
said it
white
because
as
of the
fuck?
Arab thing. That's like.
When you're white as fuck. I literally named off 4 or 5 of them. You just fishing for
She
nothing.
said Indian. She said black. She said Korean. Now
I did. Oh, well.
you're
So
racist
what's
against.
the next-
You're racist
what's the
against
next-
Asians, KK.
Oh my
No,
God,
it
I
was
can't.
Arabs, it was Arabs.
What is going to be the next step? Anyone know for Lebanon and Israel to meet, or are they still pounding them?
I like when you talk dirty.
Oh my God.
no?
Well, as I put in the chat, KK, the ambassadors are supposed to meet. They did a phone conference on Tuesday. There's supposed to be a meeting between the two countries.
I love MAGA. I love it. MAGA. Good. I'm really.
How did the room respond to the title and what we were talking about earlier, Sig?
I had to dip out, man. I had to take care of some things, but last time I was active, we're kind of just talking about. I was talking about the point of, the track record of Iran has never offensively attacked America. It's always been in response or retaliation to either being attacked by America or Israel. So, my point was, and my biggest point of contention with this is the blood loss, is the bloodshed. Innocent civilians, women, children, elderly. How many bodies are dropped? American troops, If this thing was just military versus military, it is what it is. But my biggest thing is the civilian, the loss of civilian life, which is one of the things that irks me and bothers me the most. My question was, since I has a track record of not initiating attacks unprovoked, why can't America just say, hey, you know what? Why can't a level of diplomacy be examined first?
Facts. And the crazy part is Trump was saying that's what he wanted, and Rubio blamed Israel. He was like, we weren't even good to attack, but we had to attack because Israel said if we don't, they will. And I think he even said they were planning on using a nuke. Don't misquote me. Don't take my word for it. But
Israel using a nuke or Iran?
Yeah, Israel nuking Iran. But I hear you. No, that's fair. The lives lost is huge. I'm not gonna hold you. I'm such a pragmatist. I'm just mad at the money. I'm just genuinely mad at people getting very comfortable with a shitty economy and a shitty budget. It's like 15% of our discretionary spending is going to paying our interest payment on debt alone. It's not even paying the debt, it's paying the interest on the debt. And we have a deficit, which means that's getting worse, not better. It's not even staying the same. It's going to get worse and worse and worse. We're supposed to be fixing the ship. And instead we're playing dickhead games in the sandbox because they want more safety and security instead of just peace and diplomacy, and they want to scapegoat all. And don't get me wrong, I know the regime was funding Hamas and funding Hezbollah, but that doesn't mean we need to now go put our necks on the line and spend all this fucking money for their problem.
Did you say, I'm curious on what you just said. I put it in that. Did you see the conviction of the guy behind the plot to assassinate Trump?
No, I haven't yet.
I put the conviction information in the chat. Do you think that was provoked? Do you think what do you think about the assassination attempt generally?
I haven't read too much into it. Yeah, I haven't been following that because I've been neck deep and just tag teaming this entire history, following all these toppled dominoes for the conflicts in the Middle East. But when I say provoked, Abby, again, I keep hearing this narrative. They're screaming death to America. They've been screaming death to America for 47 years, and everything that I've researched, and I've been on this kick for a month, I have yet to have anybody point to me where Iran has attacked America unprovoked, right?
What about the
seems like
47 years ago, though? What do you think with the hostages? You think that was provoked? We provoked them to take our hostages for 444 days?
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll explain it to you like this. Here's the analogy that I give. You and I are next door neighbors. You grow a garden, you're selling fruits and vegetables to make a profit and build yourself up financially. I come over, I remove you from your property, unprovoked. You didn't do anything to me. I come over and I just say, hey, you know what? Fuck it, Abby's not going to run this. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to run it and take it over. That way I can take 100% of your profits. And I forcefully remove you from your own property and I take it over. You're going to be screaming death to Sig. You're going to find any way you can to get back at me, get rid of me, take back control of your property. This is how the situation is unfolding. This is how I look at it.
When did we do the, when, wait, I understand what you're saying, but 47 years ago, when the revolution happened, how was America the target, and what did we do when that revolution happened that they felt the need to take our citizens hostage?
Well, when they decided that their oil in their own backyard, they wanted to become independent and run it how they see fit, just like you running your vegetable and fruit garden. We came over there and we overthrew their government, so they couldn't do that.
You know what's so crazy, Sig? It's worse than that. So, to be fair, right? At first, it was square business. Square business. UK comes up, offers a deal. They built the world, at the time, world's largest oil rig in Iran. Iran didn't necessarily have the industrial capability to build that on their own. So, it was mutual business. And they got the short end of the stick. They got 15% of the cut. Fast forward, they're like, wait, the numbers aren't adding up. Let's do an audit. Not only does the United Kingdom decline the audit when they push for it, they do a blockade and start like messing with them or whatever, basically trying to threaten them into just saying, hey, how dare you try to audit us, know your place type shit. They say, oh, you must not know who we are, right? Because they think of themselves as Persian. People forget that. They have a long, ancient culture. So they're like, okay, so we're going to close ranks, close the border, embargo UK, reclaim the rig, and nationalize oil. They do all of that. That leads to the coup. Reinstall the Shah. And Abby, you brought up the hostages and left out that the reason those hostages were taken, by the way, they weren't, it wasn't like a bunch of Iranian students who were just like in a very radical mindset. Okay, so this was not the U.S. government. I mean, this was not their government. This was not a government agent. This was just a group of people who were mostly young, under the age 25, stormed the embassy and locked the doors and barricade themselves in, kind of like a protest sitting, like those dickheads on the freeway or people who tie themselves to trees. Okay, it wasn't like fucking armed militia. They stormed the embassy, they barricade the doors, they say no one's leaving until you bring us the Shah back. Why? Because they just had a revolution and kicked the Shah out. He got taken out into safety. And they're like, no, bring that fuckhead back. We're going to hold him to trial. Like, he was brutalizing us. He was a horrible leader.
For 444 days, they had... I understand if you're telling me it happened overnight or for a week. It was for 444 days. They already had their new supreme leader. They already were forming their new revolutionary.
Yeah, this is after he was taken out.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing if you're talking about the students at Columbia taking someone hostage in the building and holding whoever the worker was at Columbia. This is over a year of U.S. citizens, diplomatic workers that were held hostage. And no, maybe you weren't alive to remember it. Some of us were. It was horrible.
It was actively military too.
Yeah, I mean, this is not just a bunch of kooky students that did this. I mean, maybe initially that's who went into the embassy, but you're forgetting how long they were held, and God bless Ronald Reagan for cleaning up the mess that Carter created. But I still am asking, what happened when they had the revolution that they felt that they could take U.S. sovereign citizens out of an embassy and hold them for 444 days?
Probably the same feeling they had when we came over there and took over their sovereign shit and told them, hey, fuck you, we're gonna run shit that belongs to them. That's what I'm saying. I'm not seeing any fairness here. I'm not seeing any fairness here. It seems like, again, America the bully can just go in and fuck with people unprovoked and then get upset when they retaliate. That's not how shit works, man. That's not how it works in real life. We gotta have some level. We gotta have some level of fucking morality, especially when we got innocent fucking people dying by the tens of fucking thousands. And again, you know, I mean, there's been several occasions, Abby, when it came to the Iran-Iraq war. I've been doing my research. Them chemical weapons Saddam was using against them people, we supplied that shit. We funded that shit. These people have a bone to pick with us because America has not been playing fairly. We have not been playing morally. Again, my stance isn't, you know, I'm always going to be in defense of America when we're rightfully attacked. I'm always going to be that. But again, we got to be honest here, man. We got to fucking be honest.
I love it. I love Fox News. I love it. I love it.
But yeah, just to be clear, right?
No, I love Fox Real News. True.
But yeah, just to be clear, no, Abby, you raised some great points. I will admit. Down the line, the military got involved to defend the students. But that's because, to be fair, their demands shouldn't have even needed to be demands. They should have been met immediately. It was weird that we protected the Shah. The only reason we protected him is because he was our guy, which is like weird because he's not our guy. He's not American. So that.
No, but he was our guy. He was our guy in a larger geostrategic sense.
And he wasn't in America, by the way. He did not come to America. You know where he went, by the way. You know where he went when he left?
He came here for medical treatment.
No, way before, when he left, he was not on U.S. soil. You're absolutely incorrect. He was actually in the Bahamas for a period of time also. He was in Europe, and then he was in the Bahamas. Only way after we got our hostages back, years later, did he come into the U.S. for the medical care.
Oh, was that true?
He went to the Bahamas. Google where he went. He was in Europe first. I forget what the first country, then he was in the Bahamas. It actually in Paradise Island, to be exact. Not on U.S. soil. Eventually, I mean, what year did he die? He got medical treatment like right before he died. Someone would have to Google the year.
Okay, so I'm looking into it, and
Bahamas. You can go see the house he lived in.
So he was being funded by the U.S. He wasn't like he was being protected.
Bahamas. Have you been there? Paradise Island, near Atlanta.
Well, the Bahamas is literally one of the main places that it's kind of like an American territory, quasi. There's so much American investment there, and it's a tax shelter.
It wasn't on U.S. soil for the 10th time.
I'm saying there are ports there that are literally just.
It wasn't
American.
on U.S. soil.
Okay. I'm not saying he was being protected and sheltered and funded. Like, so the money he was spending.
Do you know who took care of him there? I'll tell you the name because you're probably too young to even know who this is, unless you followed Watergate. Bibi Rebozo.
How do you? Sorry, say that one more time.
Bibi Rebozo was who took care of him and set up his residency in the Bahamas. Bibi Rebozo was tied to the Nixon administration, and he was considered. I mean, you could read about him. That his name came up during Watergate.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a whole history about the Shah, and he was also a guest. I mean, this is not a room about him, but there's lots you can learn about it. But he was definitely, when he left Iran, not on U.S. soil.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm seeing something now. I have to look into that. But my point still for the majority stands, which is just that, at least from an Iranian perspective, all you're seeing is that you had sovereignty, it was stripped from you, you're given this puppet, and imagine that. Imagine being under a puppet. I'd go nuts, right? Of course, that leads to the radical Islamic factions gaining power, because anytime something like that happens, the reasonable people are not the ones grabbing the guns. I mean, it's just kind of a common sense, like the people with the most sense are the least likely to fucking storm the government with guns. It's going to be the most extreme faction that's been drooling for a fucking opportunity like this, right? That's been probably like, oh my God, now's the time, right? And so then they have the revolution. They demand to get the Shah back so he can face his crimes. And from their perspective, we're sheltering him and keeping him. And to some degree, they're not completely wrong. I hear what you're saying. I'm not going to put all of it. Like, he obviously had some independent agency, but it'd be a lie, or at least disingenuous, to say that America wasn't involved in it anyway. And so to Sig's point, right, our larger, broader point, it's not even about defending what Iran's done or did. It's not that. We're just saying it's not like they have ever preemptively, unprovoked. It's like whacking a beehive and then bitching about the stings. You can't do that. You cannot do that. You cannot whack a beehive and then blame the bees.
Someone else want to speak other than Truth? I'm sorry.
No, he's got a good point. I mean, he's got a good point, man. I mean, and this is why most of America is not supporting this shit. Like, people are learning the history and understanding, and people are getting tired of America having this fucking bully mindset. I mean, a lot of these fucking proxies we created through meddling with shit in the Middle East, and people are just fucking tired of it. And why not just step to the plate and own what the fuck we've done? Because again, if we go with Iran's track record, they have not attacked the United States unprovoked. So there's a good chance, statistically, that maybe if we step up to the plate, Ron, and say, hey, you know what, our bad, bro. We were being some fucking dicks. Our bad. Let's try to work this thing out peacefully.
So all the assassination attempt of Trump, the attempts to assassinate Bolton, Pompeo.
Again, you're not understanding, Abby. This is provoked. Like, I mean, I hear your side, and people on your side keep running this fucking death to America, assassination. Again, it's provoked. We have to admit that. We have to be honest. Again, just like in the scenario, the analogy that I gave between you and I can't bitch when you say, no, fuck that. This is my shit. How dare you come on my property, try to take over my fucking property, try to take over my financial wealth, and you try to do something about it, Abby. I'd be wrong to bitch about you trying to get your shit back.
I disagree with you, but we can agree to disagree on this.
Abby, you're an aggressor. Okay, here's the thing.
I think that they funded proxies, they funded Hamas, they funded Hezbollah.
You're being disingenuous, because you know damn well you wouldn't allow that behavior from me if you were minding your own business on your own property, Abby.
The Houthis.
This is why people don't take your side seriously, because you're not being honest. You're being very
my side
disingenuous.
is an American. The Houthis shot at American ships. How is that justified?
Yeah, no shit. It's provoked. How did the Houthis
How
come
did
into place?
America
How did they
provoke
right?
the Houthis?
Because it's a proxy in response to what we've done to Iran.
So it's justified that the Houthis shoot on American assets and American ships and American soldiers because.
So I'm saying you're missing up. If I smack you, Abby, I can't complain if you grab a gun and shoot me in the chest. Yeah. People would say, oh, that escalation is kind of weird, but at the end of the day, Sig has to still take responsibility that he made the first fucking move. And this is what people are saying.
Well, you know, Great Britain made that an impossible situation. You know, like how they showed up with their military. And I think it just so happened, almost framed the Jewish people because of how they came with the British military. And so...
You mean after they defeated the Ottomans?
Yeah, you know, the British military, how they treated the Palestinians, like, that shit was really sad. So,
and this is another thing too. You know, a lot of this is coming. Some of this is coming from personal experience, Abby. The indoctrination and shit they pumped in our heads during our briefs before we went over to Iraq. You know, it led to believe all these people hate Americans and they simply hate us just because of how we live our lifestyle, and it's a religious thing and all that, you know, Hajis, fucking Islamic terrorists and all this other shit they pumped into our heads. And we went over there, Abby, and we dealt with those Iraqi nationals. And we realized those are some of the kindest, hospitable, warmest fucking people. And we had these conversations, Abby, when we got in the theater after a while, because we're like, wait a minute, we're told that these people hate us, they're fucking evil, this and that, and we started having conversation. Wait a minute, why is what we're being told not matching what we're actually witnessing and experiencing over here? And we had these conversations to the tune that again, I've shared the story. The French Air Force, the British Royal Air Force, they were actually surprised. We're like, damn, you Marines are fucking, you guys just want to go in and kill everything and this and that. And they entered in the conversations with us because we were kind of questioning, like, wait a minute, what the fuck is going on here? Are we being lied to? You know, what's the bigger picture here? What's the end goal? So, you know, again, there's a lot of half-truths and mistruths going around.
Well,
and I think,
would you say there was a half-truth or a mistruth about Saddam Hussein, who menaced the world for 22 years? How long was he in power?
Yeah, the same.
I mean, so you think that's a half-truth about Saddam Hussein?
Absolutely, because I did research on him and found out that the city of Detroit gave him the key to the damn city. We had a great relationship with Saddam Hussein, and that blew my fucking mind when I found out. I'm like, wait a minute, how did we come to hate this guy? Okay, we used him. We funded him. We funded his fucking army to fight Iran and to drop and use chemical weapons on those people. We killed 500,000 fucking Iranians, and we funded 100% of that shit. Supplied those chemical weapons, Abby. All right, and then when he couldn't be of use to us any longer, then we went after him with lots of mass destruction.
How did we just supply weapons?
Through money. And we gave him weapons and money, just like we do all these other, just like ISIS, all these other fucking groups. Same thing with Osama bin Laden. Had a great relationship with him and his family. Used them for what we could. Then once we couldn't use them anymore, fucking got rid of them.
When did we have a relationship with Osama bin Laden?
Oh, look it up, Abby. Do your research. Look it up. Look it up. Look it up. We fucked him over too. Over him wanting to have security, perform security over in that region, and we stepped in and swiped his ass out the fucking way.
Osama bin Laden was after the kingdom of Saud. His intent was to take over the kingdom. He had already attacked Mecca. And his intention, actually, America wasn't really the full target. It was the kingdom that was his target.
I think what's interesting about being a superpower is, like, normally what happens is history makes itself, but now we make history. Isn't that kind of crazy? Like, when you read history, it's kind of normal for, like, countries to clash, borders to clash. It's humanity doing its thing. And, like, you ideally hope that over time, like, the good guys win and cultures, you know, solidify. Most people, like, if you read European history, most people don't necessarily read it like all these wars were tragedy. They kind of look at it like, oh, this makes sense. It's natural for these nations to, you know, propagate and then compete for resources and then test each other's powers and draw lines, and then their culture over time becomes peaceful. They set up a court, and one day you have the fucking, you know, European Union, right? That's ignoring the world wars, of course, but even those were kind of inevitable. But now, because we're a superpower, we interrupt all of these natural processes and control what even goes down in these regions, and then get surprised when everyone hates us. It's like, come on, like, we're only there because there's oil. Can we not play dumb?
Can we also say, what do you mean when you say EU is the superpower they're trying to be?
No, I didn't. So if I misspoke, when I referenced the EU, I was referencing that it's interesting throughout history they've been at odds and now they form a union. And that's like a testament to the natural progress of humanity.
Yeah, well, you also did that, guys. After, like 1945, after the last, I hope the last World War II, but I have some kind of feeling I will live through one more. And then just give me a cyanide. Like, can they change them out at, like, the normal supermarket? Because I need one. Because I don't want to live a war. But anyway,
No, but because you were laughing at that. So tell me, did you think that Europe called America and said, guys, we need you. You need to end this war.
Look,
Is that what you...
Look, I ain't gonna hold you. No, I hear you. I ain't gonna hold you. This is gonna probably shock some folks. If it were up to me and we had the money, I'd say fuck it, let it ride.
Yeah, you don't have the money. You don't have any money.
Exactly.
Like America has no money. But
yeah,
I know. But is that...
Now, just to be clear, I wouldn't have started it, but since it's already started, I think it kind of...
I know. Well, there's a lot of started war. Like, if you do Iran, like, there is no one in Iran that is happy with the... Yeah. So, there is no one. So, but you did the war. But you didn't do it because you have a nowhere president. You did it because... Well, the same as...
So what do you mean there's no one in Iran that's happy? There's a lot of people that want to see that regime end. They're out in the streets.
The videos I saw from inside Iran right after we started bombing were insane.
Yeah, thank you, Marshall. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of Persians that would like their country back.
There's a lot that don't either, Abby. There's a lot that don't.
Well, we're not out there to poll, now are we?
You're right, but what I'm saying, the argument can go both ways. There's a lot of people that support the regime over there. Again, when we see...
I don't know. Marshall actually knew the numbers. Marshall, wasn't there a poll that you knew? Like what percentage? We were talking about that.
It was something like 15% are in support of the regime, and what would then make it 85% are not in support of the regime? Something like that?
Yeah, it's a pretty big number.
If you could link that, I'll definitely check it out.
Let me see that.
Some things that throw up red flags. You know, we're getting this story. The Iranian people hate the regime. They want liberation from the regime. You know, we got a down pilot over there. You would think that down pilot could go right into that city. Since so many people love America, so many people hate that regime, they'd be more than happy to rescue that fucking pilot and give that pilot shelter until we can go on their rescue. But that wasn't the case, and that kind of trips a red flag to me. You know,
that maybe sees in power, not the people.
Yeah, but the people would be able to shelter out until we come in. He wouldn't have to hide out. He wouldn't have to avoid going into the city that he ejected near.
But why would you take that risk? It's like a crapshoot.
Not if the majority of the people in that country support you. Those civilians will shield you and house you and feed you until American troops come in and give you.
It only takes one.
Right. But again, if the majority of the country is against the regime, allowing America to come in and play Captain Save-A-Hole, then those odds are extremely low.
Would you take those odds? You were in the military. Would you take those odds, or would you find the crevice that was the highest point and do as you were trained and use your distress signal, or would you just go walk into the village and find a good meal?
If I knew that 85% of that country was in support of America and the American mission, I would try to get.
You would do that as a soldier. You would make that choice.
Absolutely, if that's what I was told. If that was the truth, yes, absolutely.
Well, Stig, I asked that because it's interesting. For weeks now, I've just been listening to various Iranians that either left Iran or they have family in Iran, and they say frequently that their families are staying away. They don't want to go out into the streets now because they were basically told don't come out right now, and because there was mass killings. So maybe that's the reason why they're not out right now, especially because all the bombings that are going on. So I hear your point with, but there is a regime that has been oppressive and been known to be oppressive to its people. That's not something that's new. That's not something that just came up, this year. it's been known globally for decades, right?
Right, just like screaming and chanting death to America. Iran's been saying that, right? This is a story we've been told, but here's hold on, you're gonna let me finish my point, and then I'll let you go. You're gonna let me finish my point, and I'll let you go.
Yep.
So what I'm saying is, the narrative that's been pushed, Iran's been screaming death to America. They don't say it's just the IRGC. They don't say it's just the regime. They make it seem like that entire fucking country is screaming death to America. So again, if that's the narrative, then why are these people in the same breath crying for help from America?
Well, they're being used as human shields within their own countries because of the government that is running that country. Because clearly we knew Iran is bad, but again, it wasn't in the public stage. We didn't really know how bad, or we weren't educated in the West. But this year, we found out that they can slaughter 30,000 something of their own fucking civilians within 48 hours sick. Their own civilians. They have absolutely no, they're savages. To do that to your own civilians, to slaughter them within 48 hours. People are crying about fucking 40,000 that died within 2 years of fucking the Palestinian war with Israel. But the fucking 30,000 within 48 hours? Where's the outcry for that? That's what the government that is controlling those people. Those people are imprisoned. They want fair elections. They haven't had fair elections. It's fucked up.
Just tell me when I can speak.
You can go.
Thank you. Well, you are right in some way, but there also, I would say 75% of the oil that came from Iran. And there's also one thing we should know, that they say they have nuclear power, they have nuclear, we have known this since the 70s. They have bought it from Sweden, from Russia. We have known they have it. And that is no news for your president at all. We all know. The whole world knows. So that is not an excuse, but that is the excuse he's telling you. And what I do not get, if it isn't the oil, there is and I bet people thank you, because I would thank you. Yeah. There is a lot of people who would thank you, but the way America is trying to make a war with, and there is absolutely no European country who's going to hold anything about it. And he's like, you're in NATO, you have to. Yeah, we have to. When someone is aggressive, there is no one aggressive. So he did that, and I'm actually not mad about it. But when he did Venezuela, and when he tried to be doing Liberia, and he also understand, your president said to Liberia's president, you are actually extremely good in English. Where did you learn? Liberia is a country where slaves that was in America went to have an own country. Of course they're gonna speak English. You speak English. And also we should know, and okay, I will end with this. Also we should know, Obama, whom I love, never met him, but whom I love.
You killing? Man, shut the fuck up with that retarded shit, bro. I tried, man. Bro. I'm not doing this retarded shit. Ain't put down shit, bro.
I got a spicy question for the
I'm hating right now.
Jesus Christ, man. I'm sorry, I tried, but Yeah, what's going on, man?
Americans were crying. I remember prior to what they did in Venezuela. And I don't know how Trump didn't get fucking praised for it.
Rafi, shut the fuck up, bro.
Hey, Mikhail, don't do that, bro. Don't interrupt people when they're speaking, man. Please go ahead, Rafi. You got the mic, man.
So basically, everybody was screaming, "We don't want to go into war with Venezuela. This is going to be a long war." Remember how Americans were tripping out that Trump wanted to bring America to war into Venezuela? And it was very recently. You guys, like, again, I don't know if you, but like most Americans were screaming how they don't want to go to war with Venezuela. The way Trump did it, an operation without actually putting boots on the ground, risking American lives, starting a fucking war for years, the way they extracted him, that should be giving him the biggest praise ever. He literally because do you know how many?
Oh man, yo. God damn, dog. Yo, man. Yo. Shut the fuck up, man. Go ahead, Rafi. You gotta say.
I gotta give him praise because everybody was tripping about this war that Trump is gonna bring fucking America into a Venezuela war. And the fact that he did it, like, I've never seen this in my lifetime. The way they freed a fucking country within 6 hours. And then the Venezuelan people came out cheering in the streets. Same way as the Iranians while they're getting fucking bombed by America. I've never seen something like this. I've never seen it in Iraq, in Afghanistan. You're getting bombed by another nation.
Get your facts straight, brother. Iranian does not...
Hey, Mosen. What the fuck is wrong? Mosen, this is going to be the last warning, brother. When people are talking, don't interrupt him. Once he's done, you can rebut what he's saying.
There's
Go ahead,
videos. I've never seen videos of a country getting fucking bombed. Their life is at risk, but they have nothing to risk anymore because they just want that freedom. They know they're going to die under the regime or they're going to die under the fucking rockets of America. But at least there's a chance for freedom, for people to be screaming Baby June, Trump June, fucking clapping, screaming their names off the fucking balconies. Have you ever seen a country while they're getting attacked by another country? Did you ever see Ukrainians fucking clapping for Russians while they were getting attacked? No. I've never seen anything like this.
You think liberals would be out in the streets clapping if Trump got assassinated? God forbid.
100%. They were clapping for Charlie Kirk when he got assassinated.
Right. And so, I agree.
So
but it's different, Thema, saying they're being bombed. Like there's bombs coming in at the buildings, that they can visually see and they're cheering.
Yeah, like I've never seen, like, we have videos of every single fucking war. It's been like since the early 2000s, since cell phones started to come out with cameras, everything's been documented. I've never seen this kind of shit. And again, as Americans, you guys are all sitting very comfortable. But these countries were imprisoned. And they were imprisoned due to previous administrations. Because they were just either sending them money, you guys keep your people fucking in prison, just leave us the fuck alone. Okay? This was actually, as an American, a big brother actually Captain Save-A-Hole, let's say it this way, but he actually freed the Venezuela. They're happy. They came out in millions on the streets. There's videos. You can't fucking hide the shit. You can't hide what's happening in Iran. People are fucking clapping and cheering. People are coming here in the thousands. Again, we get here and there, yes, an Iranian that is pro-IRGC. Oh, the Iranians should take their own countries back. They shouldn't ask for America's help. No, the only reason you say that is because you know your people are fucking fighting with sticks and stones, and the IRGC fucking has fucking scopes on their fucking heads, popping them off like fucking nothing, like fucking Coke cans, because they don't fucking value their life. Okay, they're trying to say it like all cute and nice. No, America's actually saving, freeing people. It's fucked up. I've never seen anything like this. Like, I'm sorry, it's sad. I've never seen anything like this right now.
I think
especially in the last 2 operations that Trump did.
One of the biggest, I think, destroyers of humanity and human beings, the biggest destructor, this is my personal opinion, is government. I think that it causes the worst atrocities ever in the history of humanity. And I say that because, I mean, obviously we have history to look at, but we could look at the atrocities of any government, anyone, including the United States, including Israel. No government is absolved from atrocities. One of the very fiery questions that I wanted to ask, because it makes me question, I was just reading some UN reports and press releases of the amount of people that were killed and the children that were killed in the bombs, the 100 locations, 160 bombs in 10 minutes, right? In very densely populated areas, infrastructure, right? 33 children. This is my point. My point is if there were terrorist cells in the United States, which I think there are, that's my opinion. If there are terror cells that were operating and they were hiding among the American people, do you think that we would drop bombs in densely populated areas on affecting hospitals? I mean, like, do you think?
My mayor dropped a bomb. I'm answering you. My mayor dropped a bomb on a subversive group of people in West Philly. Wilson Good was our mayor, and he literally dropped a bomb on a building, and it destroyed lots of buildings around it, and lots of people got, I mean, there were deaths, there were injuries, there were all kinds of ramifications. He literally dropped a bomb on a subversive group that was threatening the city.
Are you talking about
Was that looked at approvingly, Abby? Or
Oh
was
my
that
God, there's all kinds of, I mean, no, he got a lot of shit for it. There's by the way, a black mayor that dropped a bomb on a black subversive group, which was interesting. So it wasn't a racial, it wasn't considered racial. But no, there was a lot of criticism because of the fallout, because I forget, within city blocks were destroyed from the bomb that he dropped.
Do you think that would be typical behavior of American mayors?
I don't know how mayors are in other cities, but that definitely happened to the MOVE, which was a subversive group in Philadelphia. Would it be typical? I don't know. I mean, we send in SWAT teams. We send in teams to stop when there's violence, and
that sounds good. Do you think?
Okay, so you're asking if a bomb versus?
Yeah. Did you approve of what the mayor?
I mean, I did not like the MOVE movement. I think it was a real problem. It was a big problem for the city, and they murdered a police officer. And I think that and some of them went to jail as a result of that. I mean, I don't know. It's an interesting question whether, if it happened again, what I would say if Wilson Good was the mayor and decided to do that. At the time, there were a lot of people that approved of it. So I think that it was split, but ultimately it was a bomb, not like going in with I don't know, tear gas or whatever way you would think you'd try to.
But did you support it?
Well, there was a standoff.
Well,
so
do you support it? Would you have voted if you had the option? If he asked you, Abby,
I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer.
You don't know the answer to that? No, but to bomb American people? To bomb any human being?
For the same reason that the Bundys needed to, I mean, there was a standoff in Nevada with the Bundys that called themselves sovereign citizens. And we've had this in different places. We've had it in Waco, Texas. I mean, this is not only isolated. We've had subversive groups. I mean, look at Texas. Do you support what happened in Waco, Texas?
No, I don't support violence on peaceful people.
So these weren't peaceful people.
Who were they attacking? Who were they attacking?
MOVE members murdered a police officer. Do you know anything about MOVE?
Okay, so then the people that are murderers.
Keep going. They had children. They had children.
If they're the murderers,
oh my God! Forget it.
Be mind putting the information in the chat. So yes, they were
very violent.
All of this talking you guys.
Very violent, but in Texas, were they violent in Texas?
I mean, I don't want to deflect. I want to know if you support bombing American people.
Hold on.
I want to know if you support that.
Abby, can I ask her a different question? Okay, you answer, and I'm going to ask you my question.
I support getting rid of a group that is terrorizing a city. And if they're in the city and they're terrorizing it, which is what they were doing, I support the action to get rid of them. Whether the bomb itself and the kind of bomb he used was smart, probably not. There probably was a better way to destroy the house they were in. And if you read the story behind it, you will understand it. I'm not going to hijack the room to tell the whole history of the Back to Africa movement and MOVE and what they did to the city of Philadelphia. However, I would support going in and destroying the house that they were in.
So can I ask a different question? Let's say, forget about the bomb, they would have sent the SWAT team, but sending the SWAT team, the chances, the good innocent people that were protecting the city, the police officers, their lives are now at risk because there's going to be a full standoff. Or you could have a safe detonated bomb. I don't know how safe it was. Again, I'm not going to say it. To control the explosion and just take out all the bad guys?
Wait, did they kill the children too?
Why would I send in the good guys and risk their lives? Because somebody chose a bad path and somebody now has to risk their life because of somebody else's bad decision.
Abby, did they kill the children
100% I'll support that bombing.
There were children and 6 adults and 5 kids were killed in the attack. They would not let the kids out. You know, the house was infested with rats and garbage. I mean, there's all kinds of stories. Again, you can read about MOVE and there's documentaries about it, but they had a standoff with guns and they were fighting within the neighborhood and with the city, with the police. I mean, they were at a standoff, not dissimilar to the Clive and Bundy story or other standoffs, or read about Texas. I mean, is Marshall in the room? He could tell you all about Waco. You know, this is, I don't know if the bomb he used was the right bomb. It left 250 some people homeless. I mean, it destroyed city blocks. So it might have been, maybe the bomb was the wrong one to use, but they were at a point where what Rafi's saying is correct, that police officers had lost their lives. They weren't going to risk anymore.
Yeah, I'm looking at this article and, you know, describing the events. We say apologizing. Usually you apologize when you do something wrong. When I'm looking at atrocity and grotesque. And so probably the overwhelming consensus was it wasn't a good thing based on the description.
Probably not. It's probably the wrong, I don't know about bombs and I don't know how they work. Like,
right, but the thing is that you know, again, this is why we have SWAT teams, to be more surgical, right? When you're going after bad guys, you don't just drop a bomb and wipe out a bunch of innocent people. Now, granted, things are going to happen, right? Not every operation is perfect, but we put things.
Guys, if the black people in this country suffered for.
Yeah, go to the kitchen, make a sandwich. Bro.
They were declared a terrorist organization.
But what I'm saying,
I'm not suggesting the way Wilson Good did it was right. That they had to do something other than going in as SWAT wasn't working with them, and they were armed.
Straight bullets kill people too. I'm sorry to say.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So
avoid.
Right. And that's what that's the point I was trying to make before Mogan interrupted. Is that when we do these things, we try to mitigate the loss of innocent life as much as possible. Right. It's not going to be 100% perfect every time, but the answer isn't just boom, drop a fucking bomb. We try to be more surgical with it. And the reason why we're more surgical with it is to try to mitigate those risks as much as possible.
I've been reading articles as you guys been talking about it. They thought that they were being surgical because they basically took over a whole block building and they weren't complying and there was too many complaints, cops were being shot, whatever. So from what I'm reading, they dropped the bomb on the building to basically smoke them out. But then the fire caught into other buildings. So they thought they were being surgical with it.
Right, I get that. What they thought what they were doing at the time was the best decision at the time. But again, reading this article, apologies, and like I said, the descriptions of grotesque and atrocity, now we know that that wasn't the best thing, and moving forward, there's a better method and a better way to do it, because that's not the.
Do you think Texas, what they did in Waco, was the right way to go after the Koresh cult?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think that was an infringement on Americans' right.
KK, you said two. Only two other one, because what I read, I mean, I might have just misunderstood, but I heard that. Well, I read it says 61 homes were destroyed and 250 people were left homeless.
But they were evacuated. The city evacuated everybody before they dropped the bomb.
Yeah.
They killed the people inside the move house, but all the neighbors were homeless, correct, but they were evacuated.
Yeah, they weren't all in that building. It was the fire spread. That's why there was so much loss of property.
Yeah, I'm trying to think where else they dropped bombs.
I've never heard of that. That's crazy, though.
Yeah, there's some documentaries. I'll send them to you, KK, about it. One of them just got out of jail. Michael Africa, I think, just got out. One of them. It was Dilbert Africa, Ramona Africa.
He's the main one. That's what I'm reading, and he just got out of jail?
Yeah. His son did a documentary. It might have been on Netflix. I'll try to find it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Abby. Listen, I have to be careful what I say on here, but I mention a lot of the time that, I don't have much. I bought a piece of property years ago when I was very young, and that's basically it was a good idea, because it's all that I have. It's all that my family has now.
My property.
My property. My little cute little 5 acres. And so the idea is, if you were to support bombing my home, the only thing that I have, the only thing I could support my family with, I'm going to tell you what, I don't know. There's no words. I'm just going to tell you that. And I'm in a position, right? I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Lima, are you doing a criminal? Hold on.
She's not going to bomb your house for no reason.
No. Listen, I don't get. Hold on. This is what. If that was the case, I would say, listen, pay me, and I'll contract with people who can surgically go in and take care of this issue without having to put a bomb and destroy homes.
Okay, wait a minute. So in Waco, Texas.
Waco, Texas. Don't deflect, Abby. We're talking about a bomb. We're talking about whether you support a mayor dropping a bomb in a residential neighborhood, destroying other people's homes. This is the government doing this. There's no justification for this in any capacity. You go in. I mean, I'm worried. I don't even know what to say.
You'll find a lot of Philadelphians.
Hold on, structures could be rebuilt.
Talking about been going on for decades.
We spoke about this. A structure can always be rebuilt. Forget about a fucking.
Yeah, Rafi. Listen, Rafi.
This is useless.
Rafi, guess what? A structure could be rebuilt. Our structure could be rebuilt. Guess what? My parents aren't doing well. They only got maybe a year or 2 years. When is that structure going to rebuild? When am I going to have the peace? When am I going to have the peace to have to take care of my parents? No, fuck off. Fuck right off, dude. If you support that, listen, I'll defend my life with it. And I would always be peaceful first. I say, listen, crazy to defend my property because you want to bomb my property because you can't surgically take care of the job that you're supposed to take care of. I'm to do the job.
You're missing the point.
The job. We're gonna drop the. I didn't say it was a mistake. That's the whole reason.
I specifically said what he used was probably the wrong incendiary device.
She did say that at the beginning.
Yeah, she said the fire spread to another building. She didn't say, congratulations, started clapping.
I asked if you would support it, and there was no clear answer.
I specifically said that he probably used the wrong device. I said he probably used the wrong device. But you didn't live there then. You don't know how the city was tormented. They were designated as a terrorist organization. They murdered police officers. They terrorized the neighborhood. There were lots of issues with them. You can read about it. What I was also talking about in Texas, that was a standoff, a 51-day standoff with federal agents. The Clive and Bundy one, I forget how many days that standoff
That was
was.
like 2 weeks.
I mean, like, you can't just come in and believe you're a sovereign nation and you can just avoid law enforcement.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about whether we're going to justify. Ralphie, listen, you can't just keep saying that a structure could be rebuilt, a structure could be rebuilt. Hold on, but listen, no, I understand that, but that's not, you don't have the authority to take peaceful people's land and property because somebody, if there's an aggressor, you would get the aggressor. That's your job as the mayor, as whoever it is. That is your job to stop aggressors, and that's fine.
So like the Waco,
I have neighbors that I wouldn't want to live in that structure.
Randy, hold on. So like the Waco incident started out in a gun battle with the Branch Davidians, in which they killed 4 federal agents and 6 Branch Davidians. The people who did the attacking then went back inside the Branch Davidian compound, wouldn't let anybody out, refused negotiations. The final assault broke in. Now the blaze killed all 76 Branch Davidians, including many children. But that's not because of the FBI. That's because the Branch Davidians refused to give in. They literally wanted the federal